Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take a seat. Thank you for being with us today again. I hope you had a perfect first day of this 75th International Astronautical Congress. I hope you enjoyed also the marvelous welcome reception yesterday evening, and we are very happy to see so many of you back today to kick off the second day, which is always our industry day, so focusing on industry topics. And it's my great pleasure to kick off this day by introducing our first plenary of today, titled New Lunar Frontiers, How the Non-Space Industry is Unlocking Future Markets. And this plenary is very interesting because it will explore the future of space exploration from a perspective of non-space actors, which include also leaders in design, biofarming, pharma, and nuclear energy. I would like to quickly also point out that you will again have, as usually, the chance to ask questions using our Slido system. If you are not yet familiar with it, there will be up a slide in a second, so you can just scan the code and put in the password and feel free to ask any questions. And it is now my distinct pleasure to welcome on stage the moderator of this plenary, Charlotte Nassé, Senior Government Affairs Officer at iSpace. Charlotte, the floor is yours.
Good morning everyone. Thank you for joining us today to kick off the second day of IAC. As Christian was mentioning, this is Industry Day. And so what a better way to kick off Industry Day than to take a step back from the space industry and try to get a little bit of a different perspective on what we do. Welcome to this panel on exploring new lunar frontiers and trying to see what can unlock the future markets in space exploration. My name is Charlotte Nassé, and I'll have the pleasure of moderating this discussion. Today, I'm joined by 4 inspiring speakers that are all trailblazers in their fields, and they are here to push the boundaries of what we thought was possible in space. Please welcome on stage Jay Kim, CEO and Chairman of Boryung, Jake Thompson, Director of Novel Nuclear and Space Projects from Rolls-Royce, Octave de Gaulle, co-founder and director of the Spade Agency. You can give them a round of applause, come on. We will also be joined a little bit later by Barbara Belvisi, founder and CEO of Interstellar Lab. She's just making her way over right now. So if you spot her, make her come on stage. From the Artemis Accords to Chang'e landing on the far side of the moon, to the first commercial lander going to the moon, we are living what some have been calling the lunar revival. And as astronauts make their way to longer missions in LEO, to the lunar surface, and eventually to Mars, one thing is sure: space is now a field where bold entrepreneurship is taking the lead on governments a little bit on setting the vision for what space exploration can look like. So in the past 5 years, humanity's interests for the moon has seen an incredible number of commercial actors getting involved. And I have the privilege of working for one myself. A lot of companies have been developing lunar lander technology, and I work for iSpace, one of the first commercial companies to have attempted to land on the moon. So I wanted to start this panel by showing this photography. This photo was taken on iSpace's first mission to the moon that was launched in December 2022. Behind this beautiful shot of the moon and of Earth in the background, you can also see a solar eclipse over Australia. This shot was made possible not by public funding, but by private investment entirely. And that is revolutionizing the space sector. Actually, behind this photo, there's also an entire community of non-space actors that have been involved in helping us get to the moon. So a lot of these actors, their primary business is not necessarily space. We've been working with Citizen, Japan Airlines, Epiroc, Takasago, Yokogawa, and a lot of these companies see in space the future of what we'll be doing on Earth, on the Moon, and further. So although it might seem a little odd, they all had a great role in getting us to the Moon. And so through this experience, iSpace is convinced that non-space industry play a huge role in our future on the Moon. And similarly, each of the speakers you have here today are building bridges to bring innovation to space that space didn't even know it needed. Be ready to get your minds blown. Before we start into questions, I would like to give the floor to each of our speakers to introduce themselves, introduce their companies, and let you get familiar a little bit with what they do. Please keep the Slido up and start putting some questions in there, and we'll get to them at the end of this panel. Thank you so much. So I'd like to give the floor now to Jay Kim to tell us a little bit more about his company. Yep. So to introduce Jay briefly, Jay is a Korean investor that has dedicated these past few years to developing his business into the space sector. With a background in engineering and an investor in the pharmaceutical field, Jay has developed Boryung's interest in space healthcare and is leading the Series C funding round of Axiom Space, which plans to build the first private space station. Bridging humans' presence in space and the edge of the pharma industry on Earth, Jay Kim is going to introduce a little bit about what he does with Boryung.
Thank you, Charlotte, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. Wait a minute. So should I just go forward with until I see my slide? All right, sorry about that. Yes, so as Charlotte mentioned, Barbara was supposed to be here, but because of the queue outside, she's being a little late, so I was kind of forced to be the first. I was contemplating whether I should sit or stand, but whenever I make the presentation for the company, it'll be always better to just stand. So before I begin the presentation of my company and what we're trying to do going forward, I think it's very important to acknowledge that there's no non-space companies. At the end of the day, it's all about where humanity is heading towards. So wherever we go, we need something, or we need things that we had on Earth, and that we will be needing the same thing if we go to a different place in space. So that's my basic philosophy of developing our business from pharma on Earth to different places in space. So we call ourselves Multi-Planetary Human Life Enabler, and I briefly explain what we're trying to do. So this is the first page from the SpaceX website. I think this picture has become even more stronger from the 2 days ago, because they made a huge progress, and they are trying to make a transportation system to take us beyond Earth. And there are companies like Axiom who's trying to build a destination in Leo, and I'm sure it's not going to stop in Leo. It will go to Moon, into Mars, and beyond. And they're also building the space suit that will enable us to be functional in hostile environments. And I'm sorry to mention about Intuitive Machines when I'm talking in the iSpace panel, but there's a company like Intuitive Machines and iSpace who are building a pathway towards Moon in different places in space. So we call ourselves Multi-Planetary Human Life Enabler. We asked some of the Korean students to describe what we are trying to do, and this is the picture that one of the students has drawn. And nowadays, we worry about our children looking down on the ground through the phone, but I want to change that path. So we started as a pharmacy, This is a picture of our pharmacy right after the end of Korean War. My grandfather is the founder, and I'm the third generation to lead the company. And because we started as a pharmacy, we do have a deep understanding of human health. So because of that understanding, we know that there's an underinvestment in human health in space. That's why we entered this space. And this is the problems that NASA's HRP has categorized. So as we move to the right, that means that we will be exposed to the space environment for a longer period of time, and we will be traveling longer. The red means, as we know, it's more severe. Severe symptoms or severe conditions that the humans will face in space. So we need to fix that. So in order to do that, this is what we're trying to do. In different places in space, from Earth, Leo, Moon, and Mars, which presents a different environment, which will have a the environments will be different our body will react different in different environments. So in order to solve that, first we are bringing together the problem seekers like government agency and private companies, and we are also gathering the problem solvers. So we are doing that through our event called Humans in Space Challenge, and the main event will be held here in IAC tomorrow at 3:30, I think in the same auditorium. So that's the one thing that we're trying to do. And once we find the solutions, we want them to be prepared to launch and return the research samples to accelerate the innovation. And meanwhile, we also are looking to create and secure the necessary infrastructures to conduct those researches in different destinations. So we understand that more of us will go and stay in space more often, further, and longer, and we want to be prepared. So I know I ran kind of long. I apologize for that, but that's what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay Kim. I would now like to give the stage to Jake Thompson. Jake is a chartered physicist with over 17 years' experience in the nuclear industry, spanning both civil and the defense sector. He now leads the strategy and development programs to deliver safe, competitive nuclear power solutions, which provide sustainable power to protect, to explore, and to endure, to take us further out in space. Jake, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's my absolute pleasure to be on this panel today, so thank you very much. My name is Jake Thompson, Director of Novel Nuclear and Special Projects for Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce isn't necessarily a name that you associate with space. And I'll say right at the start, we're not talking about luxury cars for the moon. Rolls-Royce is a power and propulsion company. We provide mission-critical power and propulsion systems on land, sea, air, and now space. So we've been developing, taking our nuclear technology and our nuclear heritage and applying that to the space sector. Wherever humans go and want to have a sustained presence, they're going to need power. And nuclear power is the most energy-dense form of power on the planet and in space. So we're taking our heritage and our nuclear design expertise and applying that to design microreactors for use in space. So my career, my 17 years in the nuclear industry has mostly been spent at the middle of this screen. Rolls-Royce designs, manufactures and supports all of the nuclear reactors for the UK Royal Navy. So that's where I spent most of my career designing nuclear reactors for submarines. But if you think about it, the submarine application is pretty similar to the space application. Humans in a very harsh environment, no external oxygen, and they need power to sustain life and to enable them to undertake the missions that they need to undertake. So approximately 4 years ago, Rolls-Royce established a new business unit to take that expertise we have in the submarines world and start applying that to even smaller nuclear power systems for use here on Earth, for deployed defense power or powering industry, to decarbonize industry, powering, providing carbon zero power for data centers and mining applications and things like that. And then that same technology, you can scale down even further and make it light enough to launch to space, to provide power either on the lunar surface or power for propulsion, nuclear thermal propulsion or nuclear electric propulsion. So we've been working with the UK Space Agency for about the last 3 years now, developing our space microreactor that you can see on the screen there, which is a really lightweight, compact nuclear power system for the lunar surface. So the Artemis architecture for the lunar surface includes something that NASA call fission surface power. It's a small reactor to provide power on the lunar surface. There's a competition running in the US, and companies are designing a small microreactor system. And we've been partnered with our space agency in the UK to develop a UK variant of this. And the UK and the US, about 18 months ago, signed an agreement called the Atlantic Declaration that commits our nations to collaborating on nuclear power for space and for space power and propulsion, which is hugely exciting, and a departure from submarines to space, which is, as a personal journey, has been absolutely fascinating. I guess I'd finish with one observation, reflection, lived experience from working in a non-nuclear sector a non-space sector to a space sector, and that's collaboration. We know nuclear in Rolls-Royce, but we don't know space. So collaboration's been so important to us, and we've worked with quite a number of partners in the early stages of developing this, and that's been so valuable, so beneficial, and really rewarding, working with all our partners. And I think that's really key to taking the expertise that sits outside the space sector and bringing that technology and that innovation and that expertise into the space sector. So I look forward to talking to as many people as would like to come and see us on the UK Space Agency stand to talk more about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. I'd now like to give the floor to Octave de Gaulle, a French designer that studied in Paris, Cologne, but also right here in Milan. Octave has dedicated himself to the design and study of objects and environments that accompany humans in space. He measures the gap between how we imagine life in space to be and the crude reality of the existing installations. So with Spade Agency, the idea was to found a design agency that aspires to find the ideal forms that would allow us to really live in space and not just functionally survive. Octave, please tell us a little bit more about how you got into the space industry and what you do with Spade.
Thank you very much. Very pleased to be here. Thank you very much. So I'm the CEO of Spade. It's a design agency, as you mentioned, that focus on creating new ways of living in space habitats. So we sort of imagine how the future of space exploration could look like. And we try to span areas from basic comfort, how to better sleep, gastronomy, how to have better sense of intimacy, everything that can make the life of future space travelers a bit more than just survival. And the specifics with Spade is that we work closely with space agencies, but we also try to invite brands, private brands, those that are actually responsible for the quality of life we have here down on Earth, to the table. And this has been quite a challenge. And I'm very happy to be on this panel today that precisely this question is a very central one for us at Spade. Very quickly about how I came to work in space. I'm a product designer in the beginning, so what was fascinating in the beginning for me was this idea of microgravity and how everything that we take for granted here on Earth has to be redesigned completely. So what you see is my first approach here in 2014 to microgravity. So it sort of looked like a joke right now thinking about it. But I wanted to understand how fluids work in microgravity. So I sort of welded together a rig where I could put some experiments, a camera, some lightning, and throw that off a cliff to try to simulate microgravity. And this didn't last long, obviously. So a couple of years later, fast forwarding, I had the chance to be invited on a couple of zero-G flight and to actually test and figure out many more indications about how microgravity really works and test some prototypes and figure out how it's going to be a game changer for all designers actually. Because when you think about it, everything that we take for granted in terms of product design here has to change completely when it goes to space. So this is a zero-G flight partnering with CNES, where I've had the chance to go many times now, and where we try to test first our solution and to create great products. So a little bit about the agency. We've also been designing a bottle of champagne for space. So that's a project we presented in IAC 2022, and it's now on the way to embark on AX4. And I wanted to show this picture because when I started designing, I thought, okay, this is just going to be solving a technical issue. And actually, because we are here to talk about how brands can be and how private actors and all, I don't want to say non-space actors for Jay, but say newcomers to the space have to work together. We had to help this private brand, so this is Moom, to go all the way from product integration, first design, testing, and now qualification for AX4. So this is a full service that we are offering from the first design, the first sketches on the drawing board, all the way to the launch pad. And, well, very quickly, to give a footnote, I think we are living in a time that is very interesting for everyone here in this room, because the traditional actors of space are heading to further and longer journeys, and the LEO being now the place for private actors. We are in a place where everything that we invent for LEO will be groundbreaking solution to go ever further with the traditional agencies. And I think there is no two different worlds here. We are all working together, and there's a lot of solutions that are yet to be invented for those two platforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Octave. Thanks to all of you for introducing a little bit more about what you do. So I wanted to start maybe with a question to both Octave and Jake. You both mentioned in your presentations that you've collaborated with space agencies in developing some of the projects you work on. Can you tell us a little bit more about how space agencies have helped you work on these projects, and how that collaboration kind of came to happen? Do you want to start, Jake?
Yes, yeah, thank you. Yeah, we've been really fortunate with the support that we've had from our space agency. Essentially, without support from the agency, we wouldn't have got as far as we have in developing our microreactor technology. One of the challenges we've faced, and I don't think it's unique to Rolls-Royce and our technology, is developing a business case for that's going to predict how, say, the lunar economy is going to develop, and therefore the power needs of future customers in order to underwrite an investment case to start a technology development program. However, if you never start a technology development program, the product will never be there, and in our case, we won't be able to provide power to customers to to do what they need to do and therefore develop the lunar economy, and it sort of becomes circular. So the support we've had from the Space Agency was really key to sort of, catalysing initial investment, both from the agency, from the government, and from ourselves to start our development journey. So it's support from the agency and the government is absolutely key. And then, just to add to that, nuclear technology development adds a kind of, another layer of complexity, and government support is really key in backing and developing nuclear technology. So we're really grateful for the support we've had from our agency.
And maybe we'll be able to hear a little bit more from Jay or Barbara on the side of developing the business case. Octave, do you want to tell us a little bit more about how you collaborated with CNES on some of your projects?
Yes, we had the chance to collaborate with CNES, and I want to bounce back on the chart you showed from NASA assessing the risks in medical field, because this tells a lot about how these agencies, the traditional agencies, are focused on sending us ever further and ever longer. And once you go in this place, questions that were maybe secondary for a long time, better sleep, better intimacy, better food, better even ways to socialize and to make crew healthy for a long time. These were questions that were secondary for a long time, and now they are at the heart of how these agencies, the traditional agency, study the future of space exploration. And in this frame, they invite players like us that are product designers to think about this. So we've had the chance to be invited on those thinking, and we've had support from this, and also because we see a lot of will from CNES and from other agencies to collaborate with private brands. And I think this is not an easy task for two worlds that have not been collaborating for a very long time. And I see that we are at the right spot and with the right talent to do this right now.
Thank you. And you gave me the perfect transition to welcome on stage Barbara Belvisi, founder and CEO of Interstellar Lab. Thank you for joining us.
Sorry for being late. Cars.
So Octave was talking about how to live better in space and make food better and healthier in space. So I'd like to give you the floor a little bit to tell us about Interstellar Lab. You started Interstellar Lab after a career in investment and venture capital. And so now you are trying to bridge both Earth and space, helping us live better on Earth and expand into space. I'm going to pull up your slides. Sorry about that.
Cool, thank you. Sorry for being late. So hi everyone, I'm Barbara, the founder and CEO at Interstellar Lab. Awesome. Okay, so I founded the company 6 years ago with a vision, which is to help preserve life on Earth and help life expand into space. So what we do at Interstellar, we design, we build, and we operate modules inside which we put a lot of hardware, atmospheric system, hydraulic system, controlled by AI to autonomously recreate any type of climate so we can help life grow. We focus on plant life. A lot of people are focusing on human, but what we're trying to do is to build the infrastructure to kind of recreate biospheric system so we can help life spread. We have an Earth business where it's, well, think of that on Earth. We build big greenhouse system, fully autonomous, and we help customers like L'Oréal and DSM and natural ingredients company grow specific flower and plants that they need. And then we have our space program. So this is one of the render of a company we are collaborating with in a vision to create a space module. There are a few announcements coming this coming weeks. We're working with different private space stations to implement our technology. You have a, yeah. This one is a prototype that we built for NASA. So NASA really liked our approach of having a hardware which is autonomously controlled by an AI, and that is linked to a database with a lot of information about the plant. So we look at what plant plants produce specific molecule, which climate is needed, and then the software will recreate autonomously the hardware. Here, this device is called Nucleus. It's a combination of quarks, and each quark is a different climate. It's fully autonomous, and we use the CO2 from the insect to feed the plants, take the O2 from the plant to feed the mushrooms. So it's kind of a mini Earth into cubes to fit into a station. We won the 3 years competition called the Deep Space Food Challenge, started by NASA, with this device. And next year, so 2025, we're taking one of the quarks, we're making it miniaturized, so it can fly into a space station. What is the other slide that you have? Yes. So Earth, low Earth orbit, and then we have a lunar program. So for the lunar program, our goal is obviously to put a greenhouse on the moon, but before we put a gigantic greenhouse on the moon, even though thanks to SpaceX Starship, we might soon be able to bring a lot of mass on the lunar surface. But our first mission is called Mission Little Prince. We're actually going with Starship thanks to a partnership that we have with a company called Astrolab. Astrolab has built a rover. So Little Prince is a small greenhouse. It's actually, so this version is much smaller, but the actual version is going to be like this. So controlled environmental system, recreating the condition for roses to grow. Why do we need to send roses on the moon? Well, I will say because the little prince would love to see roses on the moon. And we're trying to make, to inspire. So it's a mission, scientifically and engineeringly speaking, it's hard. But it's a mission to inspire. So I don't know if you read the book, but it's a story of a little prince who lives on a super small planet and is in love with its rose. And then the little prince arrive on Earth. I'm not going to tell the whole story, but he misses the rose. So we're trying to make the dream of the little prince come true with this mission. And we're scheduled to fly in between 26 and 28, so probably 27. Yeah, we're very, very excited about this one.
Thank you so much, Barbara. So maybe, can I ask you, you mentioned that you're collaborating with space agencies as well in developing some of your projects. How can space agencies better help you? Because if I understood correctly, at the beginning there was not much enthusiasm for new entrepreneurship in this field, and now it seems you're really leading the way and they'd like to collaborate more with you.
Yeah. Well, I started 7 years ago, 7 years ago. You know, I started in France. I come from a financial background, not an engineer, not a botanist, and I was telling the story of building, greenhouses to support life on the moon and then on Mars, which made a lot of people laugh, especially in Europe. So I reached out to a friend who's good friend with people at SpaceX and NASA, and I was like, well, I have this kind of crazy idea. I want to build these closed-loop systems we can support life. And to be honest, the company Interstellar will not exist without the support of NASA. So I arrived in California, went straight to NASA Ames, got connected with people with a group called the Space Portal, and they introduced me to a lot of people, a lot of folks. And I got support in America, unfortunately not in Europe, and then started collaborating with NASA. And so met more engineers, started building the project, and got a lot of, it's a cool idea. I got a pretty cool business plan. I have a finance background, so it looks like something solid. We don't care if you're not a aerospace engineer or anything. There are plenty of them, and they can work for you. And so that happened in the U.S. And then I was able to come back in Europe, but like two years after starting the company in the U.S. And then it was much more interesting for ESA and CNES perspective because I got the NASA stamp. So I think Europe is getting better and better at empowering entrepreneurs, and Octave is a good example of that. But it's true, it was at the beginning it was really hard. Yeah.
Thanks. So I'd like to ask Jay Kim, are you collaborating with any space agencies? Are you looking for collaborations in that sector? And how could they maybe contribute to what you're trying to do?
To answer your question, yes, we are working a lot with space agencies around the world. So in Korea, CASA was just established this May, and CASA and NASA recently announced that they will collaborate on the human health issues in space. And that topic is the topic that we have been focusing on for years. So that naturally led us to work together with CASA and NASA. And if you come to our Humans in Space Challenge Finer Pitch events tomorrow at 3:30, we are also co-hosting that event with IAC and ESA. So we are basically working with many space agencies who's trying to tackle human health risks. And because for the in foreseeable futures, I mean, the governments will be the ones who will be sending people to space. So I think that it's a natural fit between us and the government agencies to work together.
Thank you. And if I could also ask maybe both Barbara and yourself, you both have, a background in investment, and you were mentioning how you were told that there's lots of space engineers out there, so focus on the business plan. What was your first impression when stepping in the space sector? How are we doing in terms of business plans, investments? What can we do better? What are we already doing great?
The first thing I would say when I step into this industry is I was amazed by, that's going to be more of a general comment, but how genuine people are and authentic about achieving a common goal. Space is really hard, and so it requires collaboration, and that's something you don't see in other industries. And space has this also very interesting capability, I don't know how to say that, but to gather people from different countries, and so it doesn't matter where you're coming from, but we're all trying to make it work. So that's pretty unique, and I was really amazed because it's true. When you don't come from this industry, people fantasize about it, but it's really true. And then at the end of the day, we're in a business world, and so you have to find investors and have a proper business plan. I think from what I see right now, there are many more seed stage investors, so doing pre-seed and seed, and it's good. It's needed because we're not that many, but it's definitely going up. I think there is a transition that is a little bit hard for startups right now, which is the transition from seed to A with a proper business plan. And you cannot build a space company if you rely only on governmental programs. So you have to find terrestrial application and prove that you can generate immediate revenue. And that's really key. I mean, the whole company I built is, and we have this like Earth application. But you really, I think it's one of the advice for all the entrepreneurs really to find this application and not only to rely, because it's not that the space program not going to happen, it's just that it's going to be delayed, and time equal money for startup equal burn rate. So you really need to make sure you have enough cash and you can plan and you can have a backup plan so you can keep up with the distance. Eventually, I think one thing that we're missing right now is also a killer application when it comes to Earth space application of a space technology back on Earth, because we all agree about that there are tremendous opportunities about developing technology in microgravity, but there is still not, one example that generated billions and that will just prove all the investors that it can happen. So I think this is what we need to do in the coming years, is really to find those killer application so we can get more money into the space industry.
From my experience, when I first entered this new arena, so to speak, people were so binary. They were saying, oh, so you're coming from non-space industry. But how I envisioned from the beginning was that there's no non-space, because, at the end of the day, we're all space. Like, Earth is a part of a space. And when you focus on the human health part, wherever you go, humans have to survive and live. And then, like, the stories that Octave was saying, and then follows the quality of life wherever we go. Whether it could be a champagne, it could be a fragrance, it could be a clothing, wherever we go, it will follow. So I had a really hard time convincing people that it's all connected, but people's perspective was, okay, so there's a space industry. So I was always saying that it's not an industry, it's a new domain. So I'm still in a process of convincing people to be on board in that idea. And because we have seen so much progress around the world about sending anything in space. I mean, over this week, for example, there was a Starship, and the day after, there was a Clipper mission that was launched by SpaceX also. And we've seen multiple and more launches, and people feel like, oh, okay, so maybe we are going to space. I think that wall is being broken as time goes by, but we still need to work on it more, I think.
And Octave, maybe if I can ask you the question as well. So from your perspective, coming from a completely different domain, how has it been stepping into the space sector and essentially maybe telling aerospace engineers you can make their designs a bit better?
Well, it has been hard for sure. It's been hard to find the right spot because when you're a newcomer and you're not coming from the industry, they wanted to put me in a box. So basically, for the engineers, I was kind of an artist, and for the art of space, because there is a field of art of space, I was more of an engineer. So I had to demonstrate that we all need to work together in these cases. You know, I do not pretend that we are better at engineering or that we can do the engineers' work. I'm just trying to tell the people that are inventing the future of space that we could add a layer of human culture, and we have to have that layer because, of course, when you're a trained astronaut and you're going for a mission, you can endure survival conditions. But when you are projected in 2-3 years missions with the same roommates, and you cannot open the window, and you will not have a fresh apple, and you will not, I mean, and you have to stick together, then the mission success might be dependent on other criteria that we have for low Earth orbit and professional astronauts. And you might want to have some cards up your sleeve. So, talking about the champagne bottle, it was a great laugh in the beginning, like, do we really need a champagne bottle? But actually, being able to enable a ritual of conviviality, that is something very humane, that is something we do yearly, you know, and being able to imagine that you can celebrate New Year's Eve or anniversary or something that make you relate to the fact that you are human when you are in the worst possible condition and that you tend to forget that you are human and you become part of a machine. This is far more precious that what we can imagine, you know. And it took some convincing, but I think right now those kinds of projects, people both in the agencies and in the brands see that they have a meaning. They are not just here to fancy low Earth orbit 10-day stays.
And Jake, your experience was probably a little bit different. So you come from a very established industry, and so it was a little bit about learning new things and trying to apply, you know, a breadth of experience into this new field. I've already received a lot of questions actually about, you know, how do you deal with nuclear in space? Was there a little bit of, you know, maybe a difficulty in explaining what you can do and the value of exploring that? What are kind of the obstacles that people are afraid of at this stage?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, two thoughts. First one, yeah, there are quite a lot of similarities. Nuclear's very hard and space is very hard, and you put them together and it's really hard. But they're also highly regulated industries for good reason. So there's quite a lot of similarities. There's also a challenge there, and it probably goes to some of the questions that you just alluded to, is how do you regulate nuclear in space? And this is one of the challenges around the sustainability of nuclear in space, and how do those two regulatory regimes sort of gel and mesh together kind of launch authority for a nuclear payload, and then policy and regulation that doesn't exist today in any nation state, but also not completely in international policy around ownership of nuclear systems in space and on the lunar surface, and ownership of that that asset and that liability, and disposal of that asset at the end of its life. And that's one of the really big challenges for us in the space nuclear sector, is around that policy and regulation that doesn't yet exist. The other thought and observation I was just going to make was, when we started this adventure, space nuclear, it was absolutely fantastic for our existing workforce and for recruitment. Nuclear attracts a lot of people for different reasons. There's nuclear in defense and nuclear for clean energy, but then nuclear for space exploration brought a whole sort of new angle and a new set of people into our business, and that's been fantastic, and a real kind of injection of energy and a new mission, it's been really energizing for the business.
Building bridges also for people. So I'd like to ask each of you to maybe give us a little bit of a feel of, in 10 years, what will your companies really offer in space? So Jay Kim, could you tell us maybe a little bit about what is this maybe one or two key healthcare advantages and innovations that you're trying to unlock with what you're doing at Boryung?
I don't think there's only like one thing that we're really focusing on, but as we get to know more about the problem itself and the way to solve the problems, fundamentally we get to understand our body better. So how our body works in a different environment naturally lead us to understand our body at Earth stage better. So that will naturally lead us to make better treatments for diseases. Maybe we can utilize the microgravity or gravity in different environment to improve the technology that we already have on Earth to manufacture some of the pharmaceuticals. So I cannot specifically say what I'm looking for and what will happen, but just fundamentally the improving the understanding of our body itself will produce technology that we have never seen before. So that's my view, and we are trying to foster that through the Humans in Space program.
And maybe on a more personal note, you've been mentioning that your family's been in pharmaceuticals for many generations. What does your family think about what you're doing?
Oh, my grandfather hates me. I have to tell you that, but...
How are you going to convince him?
I never succeeded in convincing him. He still hates me, but because I run two different businesses at the same time. Because we are doing quite well on the already established pharma business side, I was able to somewhat keep him calm about the entire enterprise. But he still worries me. It's not that he hates me, but he still worries about how it's going, because his understanding of the space is that we need to invest billions to make something happen. That's his belief. So it was hard for me to just have a conversation with him. But on the other hand, my mother was very supportive from the beginning, because he understood that this is really important for the, not just for the company, for my country, for the humanity. So to be a part of it is a very special thing. So she has been very supportive. And yeah, that was the reactions from my family members.
That's good. Trying, new things for the family as well. It'll be interesting. I'm sure they'll be convinced. I also wanted to ask Barbara, when we look at your biopods, we obviously see, a place where we can grow food, but it's also a very nice place to just walk around, spend some time. Are you already preparing this experience of humans in space, similarly to what Octave might be doing?
Okay. Before I answer your question, Octave, can I tell a story? Yeah. It's a funny story because you talk about your grandfather, and so it made me think of my grandfather and your grandfather, and it's kind of a funny story that shows how space can clear the karma of family. So when I was 21, I learned that my grandfather tried an assassination attempt on Octave's grandfather, the General de Gaulle. It's called the Attentat du Petit Clamart. And my father and my parents hid that from us, we're 3 kids, because they didn't want us to know, but it's in the history books. And my grandfather was on TV. And when I started entering the space industry, someone connected me with Octave. And I think it's the first thing I told you when we jumped on the call, which was, let's clear our grandfather karma and show that even though they hated each other, we're going to drink champagne in space in a garden.
That's a great story.
So, it's a funny story. Then and it goes back, so actually it's making the link about the garden and living in space. Humans, we've always been on Earth, and we're thrive and we're happy when we're surrounded with nature. So it's not what we're building at Interstellar, it's not only about food. Food is one application. We do fragrance and pharmaceutical on Earth, we'll do in space, it's also one application. But the most important part is how do we recreate the system so we can help Earth life expand to other planets. Because if you put in a very long-term time frame, at a certain point the sun is going to blow. And life that we know on Earth will disappear. Okay, it's like 4 billion years from now. We have a little bit of time to prepare for it. But I think it's part of the space, our space mission, all of us here, is to understand what's going on Earth, preserve the biodiversity, but also I kind of believe humans are here to build the technology, not only for humans to expand to other planets, but also for Earth life actually to expand. And I think this is the drive that we have in us. It's much bigger than human. It's like nature itself. And so how I envision the company in 10 years, well, building more of our system so we can bring plant life, not only plants, but mushrooms, insects, a small biosphere into low Earth orbit, that we're going to have greenhouses on the moon. And I think people don't realize, but what happened was Starship the past few days ago. It's completely changing the game of space exploration. The path at which they are by building like so many rockets, there is a window in 2026 and then in 2028 to go to Mars. And I really believe SpaceX is going to try to reach the 2026 window. And if they miss it, it's going to be 2028. So it means that we might go to Mars before we change this new space station, before we implement the new space station, and before we build a base on the moon. So which is fascinating. And that's going to happen in the 5 coming years. So I'm super happy to be alive in this time. and I think the 5 coming years it's going to be crazy. And I'm very excited.
So I do need to check the other side of the story. Octave, are you going to have an aperitif champagne on the moon with Barbara?
Obviously, anytime. No, I think I have to concur also on what your goal is. I think when you are focusing on these issues, you notice that a lot of things that we take for granted here, and a lot of things that are very natural because we are born here and because we are surrounded with nature and because everything that we act with, gravity holds everything together. We take these things for granted, and when you talk with astronauts that have stayed long enough in space, they tell you what they miss, they tell you how a simple gesture can become a nightmare, can take up to hours. And so I think the idea that we are we are all non-space people in the beginning, so that means that 20 years ago we wouldn't have had any chance at having a career in the space industry because we don't have the right background. And what our company does is that it invites more and more of those people to participate to the challenges that are yet to be solved by the space industry. So that means it's been 70 years, we are going to space and we still drink from a straw, from pouches, we still eat rehydrated food that I think is not the best and the most tasteful way to enjoy life. But anyway, what I want to say is that we act as a bridger of those two worlds, both because the people we invite are product designers, so they have empathy, they have a certain angle at seeing how human experience needs to be designed and need to be accompanied by objects, by environments. So this is one thing. So that's the professional that we have at Spade. But we also invite a lot of non-space actors, or yet to be space actors, that are very, very happy to participate to this challenge, that hold a crazy knowledge in their field, in the field of sleep, in the field of comfort, in the field of growing food, in the field of intimacy, pharmaceutical, and all these professionals, they have spent their life making life a quality life here on Earth, and it's very easy to bring them today into the space challenges. And I see, if I have a wish in 10 years, is to see more and more of these people and being able to bridge them into this world of space, so that the traditional actors of the space industry, or the ones that have been there forever, can focus on the challenges that they have at hand, and there are many, and we can help them foster a better human life outside of Earth.
Jake Thompson, you might be the one who makes all of this happen. When are we seeing the first power generation happening in space, on the moon, maybe on Mars?
The early 2030s. Yeah, as I said, we're in our early concept development phase, but we're already into hardware, doing some hardware testing, I talked earlier about the Artemis missions. I think there is a plan and there is a schedule to put a fission surface power microreactor on the moon in the early 2030s. I go back to my experience in the submarine program. There's a big analogy for me. So Rolls-Royce have been providing the nuclear reactors to provide power to keep submariners at sea constantly for the last 60 years. So my vision for the next 10 years, from the early 30s onwards, is Rolls-Royce microreactor providing power to a permanent base on the moon, where astronauts can enjoy an aperitif in a lunar greenhouse.
Thank you very much to all of you. If we could just bring the Slido slide up. We've got a little bit of time for questions, and I can see a lot of them already coming in on the app. So maybe I'll start with a question for Octave that came up a lot. It's about that champagne bottle in space. So you were mentioning there was a lot of technical challenges in making champagne space-proof. And so you said a lot of people laughed at the beginning. It turns out it's really difficult. Tell us a little bit about why it was so difficult.
So very quickly, it is difficult because you can bring the substance easily. If it was just to bring the substance, you could find a way. There exist many pouches that could hold this pressure, and what we wanted to bring is the ritual, because what matters in this project is not bringing a bit of alcohol. It's actually bringing a ritual of conviviality, something that you can deploy and that can actually bring something to the table of the astronauts. And this ritual starts with sharing a bottle. You don't get a dose of alcohol. Everyone doesn't get a dose that is exactly the same. You need to share the bottle. You need to pour the drinks. And how do you pour when there is no gravity? You need to be able to clean glasses, to smell the aromas of champagne. Champagne is a blend of more than 100 wines that have been refined for a recipe that's been refined for 200 years. It's one of the most complex aromatic beverage that exists. And you don't want to throw that all in the garbage to say, hey, we just did champagne, but we didn't smell anything, we didn't have any feel of the aromas. So we wanted to bring the whole package, and to do that, we had to study how that experience works and try to translate all those challenges into feasible solution. And on top of that, you add the fact that champagne is the traditional world, that it has its own rules, and that we didn't want to not bring those rules. And one of those rules is that champagne needs to be conserved in glass. And so when you factor the risk of liquids and the risk of glass shards, and you present all this to NASA, you better be ready.
Tough job. Barbara Belvisi, a lot of people were wondering, what is the lifetime of the plants that you'll be growing in space? How is that going to work? That rose on the moon, what's the plan?
The rose on the moon, it's a tricky one because it's 40 days of light, and then it's cold. So there is a program. There is a we'll see. We'll see. We're planning for a different option. Ideally, we would love a rover to carry the little greenhouse in different location, so we make sure that the system can survive. We don't know. We'll try our best for the first mission, and the hardest part for the lunar program, and the mission that the mission entreprise with Astrolab and SpaceX, is that we might spend a couple of months in orbit for the refueling and everything, and that's the hardest part, because if you stay a few months in orbit, you want to make sure you have enough plant life support system equals water, CO2, and nutrient solution to support plant growth during this phase before it arrives on the moon. Versus if we go with a lander, different type of lander, we can just take off from the Earth and go to the moon. So, but they have less mass and they can carry less payload in terms of form factor. So that's a little bit tricky. So we'll see. We'll do our best, and then we'll iterate. We keep on doing more and more, so we make sure we can have a full greenhouse full of plants.
And one last question for Jay Kim. You recently, you talked a little bit about working with Axiom Space. Can you tell us more about your collaboration and what you're planning for the next few years?
So everyone knows that there's a competition about who's going to win the CLD contract from NASA, because eventually the winner of the CLD will become the next ISS, and which will bear all the essence of global collaboration as well. So we are working hard with them to win that contract by collaborating in pharmaceutical research in Leo. And we also partner with Axiom about the Humans in Space program as well. So yeah, that's about it.
Thank you. And one very quick one for Jake. Someone was wondering what TRL level would you say are your technologies at Rolls-Royce at this stage?
Yeah, good question. I'll answer quickly. So the individual building blocks, the kind of technology building blocks, are all pretty high TRL, mostly in service. TRL 7 to 9 for the individual building blocks, but the whole system integration for space nuclear is pretty low. It has been done before. NASA flew a nuclear reactor back in the mid-60s, and there have been Russian nuclear reactors flown in space as well. But current iteration, yeah, about TRL 3 to 4 for whole system integration.
Okay, thank you so much to all of you for joining today. If you'd like to ask some more questions, you can find Jay Kim at the Boring and Humans in Space stand, just next to iSpace as well. I believe Barbara doesn't have a stand, but around Boring and iSpace could be a good spot. Same for Octave. And Jake, I believe you're on the UKSA Pavilion. Thank you so much to all of you. A big round of applause for our speakers.
Of the IAF and AIDA, a small present for your contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm with the U.S. Department of State.
Let's get started.
A new era of space exploration is here.
The first worldwide incubation program entirely dedicated to space resources.
Who's the customer? What is the business plan?
Access with facilities, offer technical support directly from European space agencies, be part of this vibrant ecosystem in an international network of partners.
I think that's where the SSP comes in.
Of space resources
starts now.
Find out how you can be part of the story.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Pearl event. I'm Jun Shimura from JAXA. I'm going to take you to the world of space resource utilization. It's about creating valuable products such as oxygen, water, propellant, and construction materials from local resources on the Moon and Mars. We call it in-situ resource utilization. ISRU in short. The bottom line is that this technology does not exist on its own. It must be tied to users of final products and services. We need to take a multifaceted approach to commercialize space resource utilization, which is the reason I created this session. Please consider how to use your expertise in the realm of space resource utilization. With that, let's invite speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome 4 professionals from around the globe. Please have a seat. Let me introduce speakers. From left to right, Jelly Sanders from NASA, lead for ISRU Capability Leadership Team, and Jeffrey Hoffman from MIT professor and a former NASA astronaut. He's a deputy principal investigator of MOXIE mission on Mars. And Catherine Hadler, director of ESLIC, European Space Resources Innovation Center, and Simone Pirotta from AGI. And me, myself, is technical lead for ISL research at JAXA. It's so fantastic to have you all here in the panel. Thanks for making this happen. Let's get straight into the first question. Jelly, can you tell us what exactly ISLU is?
Oh, well, thank you very much. So, do you want me to stand?
Whichever you want.
Okay. Yeah, I'll stand. I move around too much anyway. So I'm going to kick off the activity to talk a little bit about ISRU. Let me go back. Okay, well, slightly different. So as June mentioned, ISRU is everything from what we say prospect to product. You have to understand where the resources are. You then, once you know that, you can acquire them. You start to process them in one way or another, and then you deliver a product to a customer. As June mentioned, you need a customer. It doesn't exist on its own. The other interesting thing about ISRU is that it is very multidisciplined. We heard this morning about all different types of industries. So when you talk about ISRU, your robotics, processing, information, common nav, power systems, all have to be part of this. So then the next question comes about, well, why? Why would you use space resources? And I'll point to the NASA Moon Mars architecture strategy document in 2 ways. One is they have a very interesting chart as to why do we go into space? And they break it into 3 different areas: science, inspiration, and national posture. And the ones that fit in the middle of that beautiful Venn diagram are the ones that probably are the most important. And so as one of our jobs, we look at that Venn diagram and what does it mean, and you can kind of plot out, if we use space resources, it has a science aspect, it has a aspirational aspect, and it does have a national posture aspect associated with it that are all very important as to why we go into space. On the other hand, you look at the other part of the Moon to Mars objectives, and it lists, well, what are all the objectives that we want to do when we go into space? And I broke those down into the resource aspect. What are the resources? How do we find them? The usage aspect. And then one area that I think is becoming more and more important is the responsible aspect of space. You know, it's not just doing those things, but you have to do it responsibly. And the document does start to show these objectives as how we would do responsible space. So one of the charts, I give many presentations, a strategic overview. We have plans for space resources from a very long-term vision on the top left-hand side, I guess, from the way you're looking at it. We have a time phasing. We're starting at the lunar poles and what resources are there, the highland regolith and the water that exists, hopefully, in permanently shadowed craters. And we have a yearly process in which we look at what we've been accomplishing, what are our goals and objectives, what are our gaps, are we filling those gaps? And then just recently, we did a huge scale request for information as to here are all the different types of gaps and shortfalls that we have. What does the community think are the most important for NASA to focus on? And so with respect to ISRU, there were several that bubbled up near the top that we now use in our planning. How is ISRU involved in the Artemis program is another thing. So we look at, there are 4 major segments to Artemis. First is just getting humans back to the moon since Apollo. But once we've done that, we want to start thinking about, well, how do we explore the moon, you know, in longer durations and farther distances? That's our foundational exploration phase. We would then hopefully go to our sustained lunar evolution, stay there for longer periods of time, more people going and such. And then there's the humans to Mars. And when you look at ISRU, you start seeing this gradual movement from demonstrating ISRU to using ISRU as we learn more about the resources and we learn more about operating off our planet. You have to think about our experiences at best 3 days on the lunar surface with a rover and spacesuit that had quite a bit of issues if they had tried to stay there longer. So you got to take these kind of baby steps. Another thing is, you know, what's the role of government and NASA? You know, it causes some people concern when you say, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. But there are things that we can actually do. So one of those things is, how do you buy down the barriers for commercialization? And then other is, what is your plan to achieve those accomplishments? And in both cases, NASA's goal, especially the Space Technology Mission Directorate, is to really focus on how do we enable industry to be successful, how do we eventually commercialize these operations, but do it in a very responsible manner. And with that, I'll bring my initial segment to a close and hand it off to the next person.
Thanks for your nice introduction, Jelly. Yeah, let's move on to research activities here in Italy. Italian Space Agency, AGI, is now promoting national initiatives for lunar resource utilization. Simone, take us through what's the long-term strategic plan and where you guys stand at this moment.
Yeah, June. Good afternoon, everyone. As you mentioned, we have several initiatives in this field. We recognize the importance of this field and how it is enabling for a long-term, of course, presence, in particular for the crews. More in general, our initiatives could be purely national, could be as a member state of ESA, and also could be part of international cooperation with more partners in bilateral or multilateral partnership. And we are elaborating a plan that can cover all destinations that are of interest for exploration, the main ones, of course, like Moon and Mars, and for small bodies, and they're both robotic and human and crewed in nature. Of course, for the crewed part, The main project I'm really quickly mentioning is the multipurpose habitation module that our national company TASAI is developing to contribute in the Artemis surface architecture as a pressurized outpost that will be part of the lunar polar institution and installation there. It recently had a good achievement and mission concept review, so it has been approved as being part of the official architecture. Of course, in order to enable a long-term operation, it can store a set of resources, generate locally, but must be rely also on local resources on the moon surface. Now, quickly mentioning about the simulation and mission control center we are developing at Altec in Turin, where the module, the crewed module will be tested, but also it will be very useful for robotic testing. Entering into ISRU, Prospect is an ESA project, European Space Agency, but it has a strong Italian heritage. Our Leonardo company is the prime contractor for that, and it implies the extraction in the South Polar area of samples, and the main goal is to identify volatiles, presence of volatiles into the sample. Excavating and accessing a resource can imply change into the nature and in their state. And of course, we want to be sure of the presence of the volatiles there and learn also how to preserve them in case of the excavation. But probably the main ISRU project that we are implementing, named Oracle, will aim to the demonstration in a relevant environment, meaning the moon surface, of a demonstrator of the carbothermal reduction process as a good way to extract oxygen and water from the moon regolith. We are already in a quite good state because the phase A B1 is running, looking for flight opportunity. This is a really important step. This process has several advantages. I will add a few words now. One of them is that agnostic with respect to the regolith composition, mainly, so we could land almost everywhere. And we soon started the industrial phase, having a launch readiness about 2028. Why this process? Carbothermal reduction is one of the main candidates to extract oxygen from the moon regolith, and it basically has a couple of two stages process where the oxygen is then, the regolith is, I can make it a little bit more real because I have, thanks to the Polytechnic of Milan, which is currently running phase A1, maybe one for us, you can use several type of regolith, both from islands and from area, and the difference in color is important. It clearly identifies the location where it comes from, and it is collected into a main reactor where the temperature is raised up to 1,100 degrees, more or less. One of the advantages of this process is that it would not imply the melting of the regolith, so it will stay in the solid state. This one is not a good example because the result is not an exhaust regolith, still loose. What we expect to have is a still loose regolith like this, exhaust one. And on the other hand, of course, obtaining, first of all, CO, that then will enter into a methanator stage that will allow us to generate water vapor that then will condense, generating water. I will not cheat on you. This is Milan tap water, but and you can say because it's fancy, more fancy than other, but I will also show you how the methanator of the lab that is here in Milan, in Polytechnic in Milan, looks like. It's this type of device where, and this is real water extractor from lunar regolith simulant. So from a lot of it, because usually the yield is quite a good one, but for this you really need more kilos of regolith one. So just to make it more real, we are running currently all the optimization that is needed. Some trade-off on the configuration side and something on operation and interfaces definition. And so we are confident that we can complete our study by 2020 and be ready for a launch 2028.
Thanks, Ramone, for your inputs. I'm really looking forward to hearing the updates on your project led by Italian companies. Can you make a click, please? Click. Let's talk about Mars. In 2021, the experimental device named MOXIE aboard the NASA's Perseverance rover successfully generated oxygen from Martian atmosphere, which, of course, received a lot of publicity. Jeff, please share your stories.
Yeah, so we've been talking about ISRU for decades, but for the first time, MOXIE actually demonstrated it. The whole point, of course, how to keep Mark Watney, or any other astronaut for that matter, alive on Mars, and how to get him home. Of course, keeping alive, you need oxygen, and he used ISRU. He made oxygen and grew potatoes, and then he finally found his way to the rocket and made his way home. But what they didn't show you in the movie was, where did all that propellant come from? You know, we're aerospace engineers. We know what kind of a rocket you need to get 6 people off the surface of Mars. And you're going to need, assuming it's an oxygen methane propellant, you're going to need 40 tons of propellant, and oxygen is 3/4 of the mass. So we're talking about 30 metric tons of oxygen. Staying alive, you breathe a little less than 1 kilogram of oxygen a day. So this is the real challenge if we're going to come back from Mars. And we talk about the gear ratio, because here's the thing. To land 1 ton of anything on the surface of Mars, you've got to put about 15 tons of stuff into Earth orbit, mostly propellant, but rocket bodies, motors, heat shields, parachutes, the whole deal. 450 tons, that's a lot of stuff for getting oxygen on Mars. So wouldn't it make more sense if we could make that oxygen on Mars? And of course, that's what ISRU is all about. Because 450 tons, I mean, we're talking about 3 to 4 launches of a Saturn V SLS class rocket. Now, it may be that SpaceX will figure out less expensive ways to get there, and I think the economics will ultimately be important, probably more so for the moon, because if you can deliver oxygen to the moon cheaper than you can make it there, then you don't need ISRU. But for Mars, there's also operational requirements, because we can only go there every 26 months. So it's really nice to be self-sufficient. And that, of course, is what the ISRU is all about. So how did we do it? Well, this is a model of MOXIE, just to give you a sense of what the scale is. It was a joint project of Jet Propulsion Lab and MIT. JPL made the hardware, turned it over to MIT to operate and do the science. We landed on Mars in February, and on the very first time that we operated, this was 1 day, by the way, after the first helicopter, the Ingenuity flight, which in itself made history. It was a Wright brothers moment of the first flight of a controlled aerodynamic vehicle in the atmosphere of another planet, and the very next day was also historic because it's the first day that we really extracted usable resources from another planet. Now, oxygen, unfortunately, is not as photogenic as a helicopter. You can't see it, I'm sorry. So this is all I can show you, but this was really exciting when we realized that this was a process. The purpose of MOXIE was to take a process for extracting oxygen from the carbon dioxide of the Mars atmosphere, and it had been demonstrated many, many times in Mars-like environments on Earth, but to reach the technology readiness level of 9, which NASA requires for any critical technology, you have to demonstrate it in the real environment. And that's why we went to Mars, and it worked. So basically the way it worked, very briefly, we take the atmosphere of Mars, we run it through a HEPA filter to filter out the dust, we put it through a compressor, and then into a solid oxide electrolysis system, which is really the guts of MOXIE. How does it work? Well, we have 10 different layers, and each layer has both a cathode, an electrolyte, and an anode. And this is a detail of one of those layers. You have to heat the carbon dioxide to 800 Celsius. Takes a lot of energy. Any electrochemical process that we're going to use for ISRU takes a lot of energy. The carbon dioxide runs over a nickel catalyst with a little help from cerium dioxide, partially decomposes into carbon monoxide and an oxygen ion, and the electrochemical, the voltage on the system pulls the oxygen ions through the scandium-doped zirconia electrolyte, which has a crystalline structure that only allows the oxygen ions to move, then into the anode where we basically get 100% pure oxygen. And the purpose was to demonstrate that this process works on all seasons of Mars and during all times of day. And we ran it 16 times and successfully did that. And at the very end, we can make, with 1 amp of current, we get 3 grams per hour of oxygen. Our power supply was limited to 4 amps, so the maximum we could make was 12 grams per hour, and we did that several times. So it was completely successful. After we demonstrated all of the capabilities, we actually, sadly, but I think justifiably, turned it off in September of 23. And just looking ahead, how do you scale this up? It is a scalable system. It's a scalable technology. And the company Oxeon out in Salt Lake City, which made the electrolysis unit for MOXIE, has already demonstrated that they can build a full-scale system. You have to scale it up if you're going to fill up that rocket in the 26 months that you have between flights to Mars, from 6 to 12 grams an hour to several kilograms an hour. And as I said, you need a lot of electrical power. So that amount of oxygen production is going to take on the order of 25 kilowatts. We're probably talking nuclear power. And as I say, any electrochemical process is going to require that. And so that's basically what we did with MOXIE, and it was a great success. We have done ISRU for the first time.
What a great achievement. Well, let me ask you a quick personalized question for you. You flew 5 missions as astronaut into space aboard the space shuttle, including EV activity to repair Hubble telescope. You must have a profound understanding and instinct for survival. And what do you think the ISL technology gives any sense of security to the future residents?
Yeah, I mean, if I were going to go to Mars, sure, I would like some oxygen to breathe. But as I said, I don't need a whole lot. I'd be very nice to know that we can make enough oxygen for the rocket that's going to take me home. But the other thing, you know, this is we're talking about an era where we have people who are able to maintain the technology. Once we get to the scale of technology like this, things are going to break. They're going to need to be maintained. Mm-hmm. And so I think, as we demonstrated with Hubble, spacesuited astronauts can do a lot of very useful work and keep these very complex systems operating.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jeff. Well, can you make a click, please? Yeah, now we got a recipe, a piece of recipe, but the question remains, what is the first step to take to commercialize space resource utilization? And what should be done by the public sector to support startup companies to ensure long-term sustainability? Catherine is looking for the answers to those questions through her job at ESLIC. Let's start the video first.
space resources will be driving the future of space exploration. In today's booming space sector, the space resources community is consolidating and fosters the development of ideas, concepts, technologies, and business opportunities. The ESRIC Startup Support Program is the world's first accelerator and support scheme dedicated to space resources. It is open to startups worldwide. It provides tailored support to the best ideas with terrestrial or space applications and goes through 3 phases building on each other.
The future of space resources starts now.
Catherine, can you tell us the mission of your institution?
Thanks, John. Thanks very much. So let me give you a short introduction to ESRIC. ESRIC is the European Space Resources Innovation Centre. It is the first, worldwide first innovation centre that is entirely dedicated to space resources. We've heard that ISRU has been around for a number of years. ESRIC is relatively young. It was launched 4 years ago in November 2020. We are an initiative of the Luxembourg Space Agency, Luxembourg Institute of Science and Technology, and we work in strategic partnership with the European Space Agency. We are based in Luxembourg, and we have a very clear mission. Our mission is to be a world-leading centre of excellence in the science, technology, and business of space resources, to support the human and robotic space exploration, and for the future in space economy. The way in which we do this is in 3 separate activities. Firstly, we are a research and innovation centre, so we do research. I have a large and active research team that do research across the lunar resources value chain. We focus specifically on oxygen from regolith at the moment, but not exclusively so. Not only do we do our own research, we are also developing research and development facilities for the community. In our commercialization activities, you've already seen the incubator that we run with ESA. This is the Startup Support Program, but we have a new accelerator program as well that we are currently launching. And in our community activities, we bring the community together in Space Resources Week and with our challenges in partnership with ESA. In terms of our facilities and labs, we have labs in which we do our own research. So we have beneficiation, oxygen extraction, and purification. But we're also building up facilities for the future, for the community. And this includes a large dusty thermal vacuum chamber. This is being built under ESA contract by a consortium, and then will be hosted and operated by us at ESRIC. In the future, this will be joined by a ground-based pilot plant, which will be based again on the lunar oxygen value chain. In terms of research, we've heard already that space resources is a broad, multidisciplinary field, and our research reflects that. We do research from prospecting, understanding resources, through to extracting oxygen and metals, beneficiation, and purification. But in addition, we are also looking at ways in which we can support a sustainable and responsible use of space resources. And this includes concepts such as recycling of end-of-life equipment and minimizing future legacy. We've already heard about the Startup Support Program. Let me give you a little bit more information about this. So this is an incubator program for space resources concepts. It runs twice a year in partnership with ESA. It is open to anyone from around the world with a space resources related concept. From the applications, 5 get supported into a remote 12-week pre-incubation phase. And from those, 1 of those will get supported into a full incubation in Luxembourg. We've run this for a few years now, so you can see on the screen the 3 startups that we have incubated in Luxembourg, and we're currently evaluating for the 4th and 5th cohorts. And finally, Space Resources Week, we run every year in Luxembourg in spring. This year we had 550 people online, which admittedly is a drop in the ocean, a drop in the lunar ice compared to this conference, but actually this is the largest gathering of the space resources community globally. It's a really dynamic and active session. This year we ran in parallel with a UNUSA expert meeting, which made a really fascinating mix of people from science, technology, business, startups, and also from legal and policy backgrounds. Next year it will be in May, from May 19th to the 21st. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine. Well, one of the most inspiring aspects of your program is its inclusion policy. It's not limited to domestic startup companies. It's open to the application is open to the world. What's the main reason to take that approach?
I think we can all agree that space resources is a global activity. And so we are interested in supporting and attracting the best companies, the best ideas from all over the world, and really bringing into the very dynamic Luxembourg space resources ecosystem.
That makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, given those presentations, let's move on to the discussions. When tapping into local resources in space, resource prospecting comes first. Simone, what is the key element for resource prospecting?
As we mentioned, the prospecting phase is critical and enabling. Is the preliminary one. We need to assess the resource, we need to detect and identify it, and then also characterize, and also quantify, because the quantity can make the difference between a resource and a reserve, and it can make this more attractive, of course, and interesting. So we are in the phase when we are benefiting from scientific missions to have information about the resource presence, but probably now is time to have dedicated initiatives for, and it's now there are several running about it. So we need to move in situ, not only the mapping from orbit, but moving in situ and start having information about the status, because extracting reserves also deals with their composition, how the chemical species that we're looking for, they are bonding, and which type of energy we need to access the resource.
Okay, I see it. So in a nutshell, the first step to take is to locate candidate lesions and get the ground truth data. That's where we are right now. And given the variety of space resources, what are the highest priorities to ensure long-term human presence on space frontiers? Jelly.
Well, thank you. What I like to say is the most important resources from ISRU are the ones that provide the biggest benefit as early as possible. Jeff mentioned propellants, for example, and the gear ratio. Those are critical that over time, if we're going to go to the moon or Mars repeatedly, having to take lots of propellant with us and minimizing what we can bring is just not sustainable over time. Commodities, whether it's for life support systems and crew, for cleaning, for growing plants and such, those are very important. And if you look at this chart, it kind of shows the balancing act of no matter where we go, water is one of those things that we're always going to want and find. It's so very useful, from radiation shielding to drinking to propellant production. Oxygen, carbon is incredibly important. Sadly, the moon doesn't have a lot of carbon, but if you want to start making plastics, if you want to start making hydrocarbon fuels or nutrients, you'll need carbon. And then metals. Obviously, if we're going to be there for longer periods of time, Jeff mentioned repair. Think about the amount of logistics you need to bring with you to Mars if you want to cover every piece of hardware that might fail. So you're going to have to build an in-situ manufacturing and repair capability. Metals and plastics are going to be incredibly important.
I see it. Thanks, Jelly. Catherine, you started your career as a scientist specialized in mineral processing and beneficiation, which is separating valuable minerals from others, if I understand correctly. And my question is it technically possible to apply existing processing methods on Earth to space resource utilization?
Absolutely. So space resources is fundamentally about resources. And we have a huge amount of experience and expertise on Earth from taking naturally variable, naturally occurring materials from Earth and converting them into something that's usable. So we do have that experience. And if we take terrestrial technologies in, for example, excavation, beneficiation through to extraction, then that's probably a good place to start for our space resources technologies. However, they need to be adapted, and they need to be adapted to operate in the space environment. So under low gravity, under vacuum, with large temperature swings, with no processed fluids. So we can't make use of water and air like we do with many of our process technologies on Earth. And in doing that, we also can rethink a little and adapt the design for the space environment. This also includes in minimizing waste, which is one thing we have a quite poor track record of Earth. Now, in doing that, in rethinking for the space environment, in adapting, we can learn a lot of lessons of how to transfer those concepts back to terrestrial mining, and I think that's one of the most exciting things about ISRU.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Well, let's shift gear to Mars. Let me ask you, Jeff, does humankind have sufficient information regarding Mars resources to start discussions on ISLU at this moment?
Well, you're asking why we went after oxygen first?
Yeah.
Because it's easy. I mean, we know there's a lot of water on Mars. I mean, that's the next thing up here, but the water that we've found so far is all at high latitudes. Even the liquid water that we believe is under the South Pole, and it's really deep. You have to drill for it. You need an industrial operation. Then you have to transport it. I mean, the great thing about getting oxygen out of the atmosphere is everywhere. It doesn't matter where you are. And so that's why we went after the oxygen first.
That makes sense. Thank you. Well, Jelly, I found this illustration on NASA's website. What are they doing on Mars? DIY on Sunday?
So this goes to the next story about the water. And the thing that I love about Mars is, is first of all the CO2. Very abundant in the atmosphere, just like on, Earth greenhouse gases. The other thing is water. You have carbon dioxide and water, you basically can have huge capabilities in terms of production of fuels, nutrients and such. But where's that water?
Because you have the hydrogen.
Yeah, because you have the hydrogen and the carbon in the atmosphere. And so one of the approaches that has gained some really interesting attention is called the Rodriguez well. And this is what they do in Antarctica, where you actually drill down into the ice sheet, you heat up a pool of water, and you can actually pull it out. And so one of the things that NASA and other space agencies have been looking at is, we know that there's ice at the poles. The Phoenix lander literally brushed the surface and had ice there. But as Jeff said, higher the poles, the harder it is to get to. So how far south do those ice sheets go? And if they're within, say, 10 to 20 meters, we might be able to drill down that depth and get to that water. And so this is one of those ideas.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell us a little bit about SWIM project, which is a subsurface water ice mapping project led by Planetary Science Institute and JPL?
So this was very interesting in the fact that they did a number of things. They took the radar data and all the different types of instruments from multiple satellites, ESA, NASA, and others, and tried to understand where's the water on Mars, and particularly subsurface ice sheets. And so over several years of refining their models and using these technologies, they were able to basically map out regions where they have fairly high confidence that water is within what I'll call the near surface, meters to tens of meters. And so really one of the things that we would love to do is verify both from a ground perspective as well as potentially next generation missions that provide better radar than the ones that were flown before.
Thank you. Mars Express has been orbiting the red planet since its arrival in 2003, and the radar named Marsis is developed by a team of Italian and US companies. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, Mars is operating around Mars in 2003, and it's a sounding radar that allows and to confirm the presence of liquid water, as just mentioned. It's you can see in a science journal paper that's an Italian team at the first confirmation of the presence of liquid water below the south polar cap. It's still there despite the very low temperature because it's probably very salty, and the pressure of the cap is maintaining it as liquid. Unfortunately, you cannot drill as Jerry was hoping, because it seems like to be at least 1 kilometer below. But it's a very important, and it's one step in the direction of there's a big question about where the water of Mars is now, because in the past it was flowing on the surface. And having this kind of evidence is it's really critical. And recently, in January, there was discovery of probably presence of ice at a very low latitude, which is encouraging in this direction.
I understand that. Thank you. Well, with a focus on Moon to Mars, it's often said that the Moon is a test bed for Mars exploration. And let me ask you, Jeff, what characteristics are unique to Mars in comparison with lunar environment?
Well, in many respects, the moon is very different. First of all, it's a lot easier to get there, so the whole economics of getting to the moon, you can get there frequently. And as I said, we have to determine, is it cheaper to take things to the moon or to make them there? Second of all, the chemistry of the moon is very different from the chemistry of Mars, so ISRU processes on the moon are not necessarily applicable on Mars, but I think the real value when we talk about learning ultimately to go to Mars by working on the moon is really operational. It's to learn how to have continuous habitation, vehicles roving, maintaining complex systems over a long period of time. So I really look at, from the moon to Mars, it's really operational knowledge that we're going to gain on the moon rather than the specifics of the chemical ISRU processes that we're going to use.
I see it. In a larger context, it's vital to perform demonstrations, technology demonstrations, step by step. But the problem seems to lie in the fact that flight opportunities are quite limited for Mars missions in contrast to lunar missions as of today. What do you think is the best way to keep the momentum of Mars ISLU from now on?
Well, the reason I think that NASA has shifted a lot of emphasis to the moon is because we're going to go there. So the best way to get people interested again in other ISRU processes in Mars is to go there. If SpaceX can really get us there in the next, who knows how many years, but once people are really serious about going to Mars, there will be a revival of the interest in developing the ISRU processes that will keep people alive and help them to work on Mars and ultimately get back.
I will mention one thing, in the fact that I will slightly disagree with Jeff in terms of that the chemistries are different, and I'll point to the carbothermal reduction, for example.
Fair enough.
Where, yes, the minerals on the moon are different than obviously the minerals on Mars or whatever. But the fact that for carbothermal reduction, we are basically making CO2, we're then converting that to methane, we're then electrolyzing the water that's produced. So there are several technologies and capabilities that we can, if we're strategic in our thinking, select for lunar applications that also are worthwhile for Mars. So that's another way that we could keep the Mars ISRU going.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, let's talk about sustainability. And I hope this illustration nicely summarizes the 3 pillars of sustainability for future space exploration, which are environment, society, and economy. And in terms of environmental preservation, humankind has to responsibly explore the solar system, avoiding unintended consequences. In that context, Jelly, have you ever assessed the potential impacts on the natural environment on space frontiers by ISL activities?
So we are starting to do that to some extent. As I mentioned at the beginning, responsible space activities, responsible ISRU are things that we're spending a lot more time trying to understand. So while we're not going to impose any particular requirements or specifications, we're going to try to basically understand that everything that we do now in ground facilities and analog tests, we need to understand the environmental impacts that that could cause. What are we venting? What amount of dust are we generating? And then use that knowledge to go forward and see, is there a better way of doing it? Can we mitigate this? What are the overall impacts? So it is something that, you know, in the past it was just, can I do it? Now it's not just can I do it, but how do I do it is taking a much stronger role.
And also, Jerry, if I can add, it also deals with the idea of allowing that it can be doable also in the future. Because you use some kind of resource, you have to, and an environment, you have to maintain the conditions that can be used over a long time perspective.
Yeah, we, as they mentioned, we as a humankind must always have to keep in mind that a drop in the bucket matters, I think. Okay, the second pillar is society, and it's essential to seek a way to expand space frontiers for the sake of all countries involved. As a great example, Global Exploration Roadmap 2024 was recently published by IAC, and Simone played a leading role in revising that document. What was the biggest challenge for you to lead the international effort to draw a blueprint for space exploration?
Well, yeah, the GR has been recently issued in September. It was a very interesting effort, and I invite you, there will be a presentation about it on Thursday lunchtime at ESA stand. And yeah, IAC includes 27 agencies, so you can imagine we have to deal with the 27 different visions from all around the world, so it's quite challenging. But what's interesting there is that it's non-binding forum, so we are kind of more free environment to discuss, you know, without that constraint. It's kind of when for the diplomacy you have informal meetings, you can easily discuss and share ideas without being constrained. So in this kind of environment, we found this as a point of strength instead of a weakness. So I think it was challenging but successful.
Okay, I will skip this slide due to time limitation. Well, the final pillar is economy, which leads us to the next big discussion topic. Well, the space economy is growing at a very rapid rate. According to Space Foundation, the global space economy reached at the $570 billion in 2023, which is 7.4% higher than the previous year. And most importantly, commercial revenues accounted for 78% in total. Jelly, given those numbers, do you feel any changes in the dynamics of space economy in your country?
Well, I see it globally, but especially in the United States. I've had the benefit of working for NASA for 39 years now. And starting it was very much NASA is in charge of everything. Even with respect to companies or international partners. And as time went on, you know, we became part of the International Space Station and agreements. But again, to a certain extent, it was, you know, Russia and the United States leading it. And oh, by the way, we'll have a Japanese module, we'll have a European module. But again, the emphasis was kind of strongly on the NASA side. Government is in charge. But over time, we've now seen a big change and the idea of bringing commercial partners on. It started to some extent with a Sabatier reactor on the space station that many people don't realize. But then we got into cargo delivery and crew delivery. Now we have spacesuits and HLS, human landers. We have the CLIPS program. And so you're seeing much more public-private partnerships, and I see that transitioning into now having pure commercial missions, Axiom and such. So it's been a tremendous change over time, and I'm excited by that level of interaction of, and again, joking at the beginning, what can the government do to enable these things to go forward is now, you know, the charter of STMD and much of NASA versus, you know, we're in charge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Well, Catherine, I suppose the ultimate goal of the startup support program is not helping startup companies making IPOs and M&As. I think that is for building a thriving ecosystem for ISL activities. In that context, what is the biggest challenge for you as a director of ESLIC at this moment? And what do you envision for the future?
I think one of the biggest challenges, not just for me, but for the entire sector, is trying to establish how we do this. There is currently nothing, apart from MOXIE. MOXIE aside, there is no very limited space resources activities. And what we're trying to do with our incubation program is to identify and select companies that can survive and thrive in this hugely uncertain field. So we're trying to do everything at the same time. We're looking at construction, at power, at extraction of oxygen, water, and manufacturing, repair. All of these aspects, developing technologies, concepts, architectures, all at the same time. And that lends a huge amount of uncertainty in how we move forward. So one of the things that we're trying to do with our incubation program is identify innovative concepts in companies that can survive the uncertainty in the near term and that can really support this future vision in the long term.
Mm-hmm. I see. Thank you, Catherine. It should be noted that where's the clicker? That's funny. Oh yeah. Whatever. Oh wait, there you go. Okay, well, it should be noted that academia has played a vital role in the aerospace arena over the past century. Jeff, do you think, what is the responsibility of academia through the lens of open innovation to expedite project cycles, which ultimately leads to the cost reduction?
Well, the thing about academic research is that you have the freedom to explore new ideas, to try out new processes, new chemistry, physics, without having to worry about, is it going to make an immediate profit? I mean, that's what universities have always done. The academic research, you are sort of free to speculate, to have new ideas, and some of them work and some of them don't, but even the ones that don't, it's okay, because that's what the universities are there for, is to try out new things. Mm-hmm. And then ultimately, the things that are successful, then you make a small company and it becomes a commercial activity. But you have the freedom to start that out, and sometimes they work and sometimes they don't.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for your insight. Thank you. Well, for those who are seeking opportunities to get connected with ISL community, conferences are good starters. And we would like to introduce two international discussion platforms. One is Space Resource Week, as Catherine mentioned in her presentation. When is the next conference and how do we sign up for it?
The next conference in sunny Luxembourg will be on the 19th to the 21st of May. We will be launching a call for abstracts shortly in the next month or two. So keep watching, keep following our LinkedIn page and our website for more information.
Okay, just to make a quick clarification, is it a hybrid conference?
It is hybrid. It is both in person and online, but we do request all speakers are there in person.
Okay. Another conference is Space Resources Roundtable. For the audience, please raise your big hands if you have ever participated in Space Resources Roundtable. Great. Please ask them how intensely wide-ranging topics are packed into week-long session. And the next Space Resources Roundtable, which is the 25th anniversary, is scheduled at the beginning of June next year in the United States. For the details, please scan the QR code or you can just Google it. Now, we have some time for questions from the audience. Please post your questions on Slido app. Well, at this point, I have no questions on the list. If you have any. For the technical team, please display the QR code, please. Or whatever, you can just raise your hands if you have any questions. Oh, there you go. Well, if you have any questions to other speakers, please go ahead.
Well, Jun, you haven't had a chance to actually talk about JAXA and what's happening in Japan. So I think the audience would be very interested. We're all excited about LUPEX, for example, because as most people know, Viper may not be able to fly. So LUPEX would be one of the first missions that could actually go into a permanently shadowed crater, and you have other ambitions, so please tell us about it.
Yeah, from my perspective, our focus is on propellant production. So after getting ground truth data by LUPEX, we're gonna consider that data to the design of our ISR plant. And we already have performed a conceptual study of ISR plant for propellant production, but we haven't reached a conclusion yet. So we need to update the numbers using those ground truth data.
What do you think about operating in the permanently shadowed regions at 40 degrees Kelvin? I mean, we don't have a lot of machinery at this point that can work at those temperatures.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, and we need to perform environmental resistance testing on the ground a lot, so we'll see.
I was very impressed. I did get to hear the Dan Andrews Viper presentation earlier this morning about going into Chamber A, which is the largest vacuum chamber at Johnson Space Center, getting down to 15 Kelvin and being able to operate. And in fact, they were saying they didn't get cold enough for some of the instrument heaters to turn on.
Okay, here's a lot of questions, and the number one is, how long do you think it will take for first lunar ISLU technology to reach level 9 readiness, technical readiness level, TRS 9?
Okay. Well, I can. So TRL lunar, yeah. So TRL 9 refers to basically operating on the lunar surface versus into a vacuum chamber, which might be TRL 6 or 7. It's a good question. With respect to Lift 1, which was a request for information that the Space Technology Mission Directorate put out, looking at the first oxygen extraction demo, we're now through a process of budgetary aspects and reorganization that we're not quite sure where that will go. That said, I am very excited by many of the commercial companies out there that are looking at performing demonstrations. ESA has several activities going on with respect to lunar ISRU. So I have no idea when the next one will be, but and to some extent, maybe even Prospect could be considered an ISRU demo if they are successful in extracting water.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we now almost reached the end of our time. And my last question to the speakers is, what's next for you? Simone, you can go ahead.
Well, I can just reinforce the same message. I think now we start to consider dedicated initiatives to SRU and from the perspective to the demonstration, but then move forward, because TRL with the demo mission in a small scale is not enough. Now we then start thinking how to move from demo of the technology and capability to the large plant that are expected to be there. So this is probably the next one. And I also hope that dealing with the SRU will also force us to learn how to deal with the scarcity of resources. That is something that we have to face also on the Earth. So teach us that we have to consider these things also for our future here.
Thank you. Catherine.
Briefly, growth. So Esric's 4 years old, we're about 25 people. We are looking to grow all of our activities. But also, we're pretty uniquely placed in the world of ISRU as being a centre of expertise entirely dedicated to it. So we're looking forward to supporting the sector in towards implementation.
Jeffrey, please.
Well, I'm an operations guy, so as far as I'm concerned, the next step is let's get some people to the moon. I mean, get them there living for a long time, and then we'll have to get serious about ISRU, and let's do it to Mars as well, because until we actually get people there and are living, it's just going to be theoretical.
Mm-hmm. Why not? Yeah, you can go ahead.
So from my perspective, it's two parts. One is obviously keep moving the ISRU space ball forward as much as possible over the next several years. But I'm really also excited about what Simone had mentioned, and that is how does ISRU relate to challenges on Earth, and how can we solve those things? So we are talking to the mining industry quite a bit. You know, the fact that CO2 processing and water processing might support alternative fuels and greenhouse gas challenges and such. That really is exciting because we're not going to make money on the moon or Mars anytime soon, but the companies that are planning on doing that, if they can help challenges on Earth and actually make a business case around it, then that's where we're going to go.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, everybody. Well, as a closing message, there are a lot of challenges to overcome in order to commercialize space resource utilization, but I firmly believe this really is a fun field with great opportunities and wonderful puzzles to solve. So please stay tuned on the latest developments of space resource utilization and enjoy the rest of your stay in this beautiful city. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, so I heard we're going to get some gifts from ESA folks, so please come onto the stage.
Oh, thank you. Please, madam. It's just a very small present on behalf of the local organizing committee and IF for this fantastic plenary. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let's take pictures. Can you show me the gift, please? I skipped the sustainability. Thanks for coming. Oh yeah. Thanks for that. Get to see my pad.
Nice to meet you, Simone. Yes, it's me next year. So, yeah.
Get off of this thing. Okay. Jump.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks for saying that. Yeah, my name is Victor. Oh yeah, I did.
ゃあびっくりでそのそのまあ僕バックグラウンド的にやっぱその日本と、今そのイギリスとかすごいいい感じでコラボしてYes, yes. Probably you need the radio to generate minima, probably small.
Yeah, me too. I'm running around here and just talking to people like that. Just, Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Ted.
对我俩说好。
the translation. Okay.
So when I come, just put
Passa un attimo sto qua adesso. Adesso l'hai aperto. Uno adesso passa un attimo.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, how time is flying. We're already at the evening of the second day of the International Astronautical Congress this year. And it is my great pleasure to welcome you here for our first late-breaking news session of this Congress. This is an exciting session. It is titled Changi Mission Highlight Report, Mankind's First Lunar Farsight Sample Return. You have heard already several times during this Congress about the great achievement of this mission. You may have had the opportunity to see even samples from the far side of the moon. And I personally have very good memory of this mission, as I had the pleasure to be present in Wenchang on the 3rd of May when the Long March 5 was launching Changi 6 to the moon. And already there we could feel this will be a very successful mission because exactly 30 seconds before the launch it started to pour, raining like hell. And 30 seconds after the launch it stopped raining. So this was a sign that this mission is under a very good star. So now you have the unique opportunity to get all the details and the facets of how this mission came together. And it's my great pleasure to welcome on stage here the Chief Engineer of the Chinese National Space Administration, Mr. Li Kuoping, to introduce this session. Mr. Li, please.
Thanks, Christine. 尊敬的各位同事、女士们、先生们，大家下午好。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
今年5月3日，嫦娥6号探测器搭载长征5号运载火箭，在中国海南文昌发射场成功发射。
On 3rd of May this year, Chang'e 6 spacecraft is successfully launched by Long March 5 launch vehicle in Wenchang Space Launch Center in Hainan of China.
历经53天，6月25日，嫦娥6号返回器携带1935.3克月壤成功返回地球，完成人类历史上首次月球背面采样返回。
During the journey of 53 days, on the 25th of June, Chang'e 6 spacecraft returner has brought back 1,935.3 gram lunar sample back to Earth, complete the first in human history for the lunar far side sampling return.
嫦娥6号任务是一场探索之旅，着陆在月球背面南极埃特坎盆地东北部的阿波罗撞击坑的边缘。是月球上已知最大、最深、最古老的撞击坑。
Chang'e 6 mission is a journey of exploration to land on the lunar far side source pole Aitken Basin, the northeastern part of the the impact crater, and it is the known lunar biggest, deepest, and oldest impact crater.
嫦娥6号是一场创新之旅，实现了月球逆行轨道的设计与控制技术。月背智能采样技术、月球起飞上升技术的3大技术突破。
It's a journey of innovation to complete the lunar retrograde orbit design and control system, lunar intelligent sampling technology, and lunar ascending technology.
嫦娥6号任务也是一场合作之旅，搭载了欧空局、法国、意大利、巴基斯坦4台国际载荷，获得了珍贵的科学数据。
It's also a journey of international cooperation to piggyback 4 international payloads from ESA, Italy, France, and Pakistan to obtain the valuable scientific data.
继往开来，中国还将加强国际合作，实施嫦娥7号和嫦娥8号任务，推进国际月球科研站的建设，开展月球的可持续探测。
In the future, China will enhance international cooperation to implement Chang'e 7 and Chang'e 8 mission to promote the construction of International Lunar Research Station to continue the lunar sustainable exploration.
中国将在2025年实施小行星探测和取样任务，2028年实施火星采样返回任务，2030年实施木星系环绕探测任务，探索太阳系的起源和演化。
China will continue to implement the asteroids exploration and sampling mission in 2025, Mars sampling return mission in 2028, and Jovian exploration mission in 2030 to explore the solar system origin and evolution.
天问3号火星取样返回任务中，轨道器和服务器上将分别提供25公斤和5公斤的搭载空间，也欢迎各国行业机构、科研院所积极参与。
China will also open the piggyback opportunity in Tianwen 3 Mars sampling return. There will be 25 kilograms on the orbiter and 5 kilograms on the service module. And we sincerely welcome the participation from International Space Agency, research institution, and education institution.
中方今年将继续开放第2批嫦娥5号月球样品的国际申请。 欢迎世界各国科学家参与月球样品的联合研究。
And this year, China will continue to open the second loan of international application of Chang'e 5 lunar sample, and we sincerely welcome the scientists from all over the world to participate in a joint research of lunar sample.
中国还将加快认真实施近地小行星防御、太阳系边际探测等重大科技工程，应对人类面临的挑战。
China will also foster the verification on the near-Earth asteroids near-Earth asteroid defense, solar system exploration, and other major technology missions to face and tackle with the human challenges.
女士们、先生们，深空浩瀚无垠，人类求索无限。
Ladies and gentlemen, deep space is vast. Human exploration is infinitive.
中国国家航天局在平等互利、和平利用、包容发展的基础上，一如既往敞开合作大门， 期待与更多国际同行携手，为拓展人类认知、增进人类福祉，在外空推动构建人类命运共同体做出新的贡献。
China National Space Administration will always insist equity and mutual benefit, peaceful utilization, inclusiveness, and win-win cooperation, and will always open the gate of cooperation.
谢谢大家。
Thank you.
And now, we want to hear all the details from Mr. Feng Guan. If he could please join me here.
Anche perché è basso il microfono. Lo sta alzando lui. Adesso arriva l'altro. Non lo so.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Next, I will introduce the relevant information on the Chang'e 6 mission. Firstly, it's about the scientific objective of the mission. The moon is the closest celestial body to the Earth, and it holds infinity feelings for mankind and inspires mankind to endeavor to explore its nature. In 1609, Galileo observed the moon with a telescope and named the craters and the moon sea. The Lunar series mission and the Apollo series mission brought mankind into close contact with the moon. The major scientific questions about the moon can be summarized into 7 areas, such as the origin, evolution, and volcanic activity of the moon. And a series of hypotheses and theories has been developed. To answer this scientific question, we need to keep exploring the moon and searching for scientific evidence. Prior to Chang'e 6 mission, 18 human lunar sample return missions were located on the near side of the moon. The Apollo and the Luna mission collected samples about 3.1 to 3.9 billion years old, and the Chang'e 5 mission collected samples that were about 2 billion years old. For scientists, it's hoped that more lunar samples will be collected from more locations, which will facilitate the study of the formation and the evolution of the moon. The South Pole Aitken Basin is an impact crater with a diameter of about 2,400 kilometers on the far side of the moon, which is the oldest and the largest impact crater on the moon, and is one of the largest known impact craters in the solar system. The huge impact crater makes the lunar crust in this region thinner and may expose the material of the lower lunar crust or even lunar mantle. Scientists believe that sampling in this region with the possibility of obtaining sample from 4 billion years ago is expected to achieve new understanding of the early impact history of the solar system, volcanic activity on the far side of the moon, and the geological evolution of the moon, and other major scientific issues, and to further expand human knowledge of the moon, the Earth, and even the solar system. Based on the above scientific value, the Chang'e 6 mission chose the sampling area at the edge of the Apollo impact crater in the northeastern part of the SP basin to implement the on-site investigation and analysis of the sampling area and collect samples to be returned to Earth for laboratory analysis and research. As showed, from the bottom to top, it consists of 4 modules: the orbiter, the return capsule, the lander, and the ascender. It's configured with 2 sampling methods for lunar sample, drilling and shoveling. And the whole spacecraft carry 8 scientific payloads. The landing camera can be used to analyze topography and regional geography of the lunar surface in the landing area. The panoramic camera provides 3D reconstructed visual information of the sampling area. The manual spectrum analyzer obtains spectral information on the compositions of substance, which can be compared with the subsequent laboratory analysis data. And the lunar soil structure detector obtains the thickness of the lunar soil and its structure at the land site. ESA's NEO, which detected negative ion on the lunar surface to study the interaction between plasma and the lunar surface, worked for 3 hours and 50 minutes. Dawn from CNES carries out in situ detection of radon isotopes on lunar surface and study its transport and expansion in lunar environment. It worked for 32 hours. The SUPACO IQQ, which validated the lunar orbit detection technology of SinoSat, successfully acquired image of the moon, Sun-Moon conjunction. INRIN or infant Frascati as an absolute control point for positioning on the back of the moon can be used by other lunar exploration missions to carry out joint rigging and positioning studies. We would like to express our sincere thanks to ESA and Spain for their support of the Chang'e 6 mission TT and C. In the third part, I would like to illustrate on the mission procedure. The course of the Chang'e 6 mission comprises 11 flights phase lasting 53 days, working 48 hours on lunar surface. On 20th of March this year, the Qiqiao-2 relay satellite was launched first, and on 2nd of April, it entered a large elliptical freezing orbit around the moon with a period of about 24 hours. In that orbit, relay communication support can be provided for international exploration of the back of the moon and the south pole of the moon. On the 3rd of May, the Chang'e 6 spacecraft was launched by a Long March 5 launch vehicle from the Wenchang Space Launch Center. After separating from the launch vehicle, the spacecraft flew along the Earth-Moon transfer orbit for about 5 days. On the 8th of May, the spacecraft performed a near-moon braking near the 200-kilometer near-moon point and entered a large elliptical orbit around the moon with an orbital period of 12 hours. IQQ separation was performed in that orbit. After that, it performed 2 more near-moon breaks and entered a circular orbit around the Moon with an average altitude of 200 kilometers and a period of 2 hours. On the 30th of May, the lander-ascender assembly and the orbit return assembly separated, and the orbit return assembly continued its flight around the Moon. On the 2nd of June, the lander-ascender assembly soft landed in a predetermined area on the lunar surface. From the 2nd to 4th of June, the lander-ascender assemble complete the sampling and sealing of lunar soil by drilling and shoveling. The payloads were switched on for in situ detection. The lunar surface intelligent robot imaged the assembly. On the 4th of June, the ascender took off from the lunar surface with lunar samples and the entire circular orbit around the Moon at an altitude of 210 kilometers. On the 6th of June, after completing rendezvous and docking with the ascender, the orbit return assembly transferred lunar samples from the ascender to the return capsule, completing the sample transfer operation. On the 6th of June, the ascender separated from the orbit return assembly, and on the 7th June, the ascender made a controlled impact to the Moon. The orbit return assembly orbit the Moon and wait for the Moon-Earth transfer window. From 20th to 25th of June, the orbit return assembly performed the Moon-Earth transfer. On 25th of June, at an altitude of 5,000 kilometers, the return capsule separated from the orbit. The capsule re-entered the Earth's atmosphere and landed in the predetermined landing zone in Sizhuangqi, Inner Mongolia. The vow is the 53 days journey of Chang'e 6 mission. Like the Moon ancient masters, Chang'e 6 lunar far-side samples reflect its unique characteristic and are of high scientific value. Compared with the sample collected by Chang'e 5, it can be seen from the figure that the sample retrieved by Chang'e 6 are lighter in color, and the whiter material can also be seen very clearly in the large rock. Preliminary features of the sample reveals the following 3 aspects. First, having a low density, looser structure, and higher porosity. Second, analysis of the particles showed a bimodal distribution of the particle size in the lunar soil, suggesting that the sample may have experienced mixing of different sources. Third, compared with the Chang'e 5 sample, the plagiarized quantity of this sample is significantly higher, while the olivine content is significantly lower, indicating that the lunar soil in this region is clearly influenced by non-metamorphic materials from other regions. Subsequently, scientific research on Chang'e 6 lunar samples will be carried out in full swing with a view to producing early and rapid results and expanding mankind's knowledge of the Moon. Finally, I'd like to introduce on China's future deep space exploration missions. CLAP will also carry out the Chang'e 7 and the Chang'e 8 missions. With the Chang'e 7 mission aims for an environmental and resource survey of the lunar South Pole, and the Chang'e 8 mission aims for the verification of in-situ utilization technologies for lunar resources. On 24th of April 2024, the China National Space Administration announced the 6th international payloads for Chang'e 7. In October last year, during the 74th International Astronautical Congress, CNSA issued an announcement of cooperation opportunities for the Chang'e 8 International Project, opening up resources for 200 kilogram land project. Up to date, more than 30 applications for cooperation have been received, and expert review are in process for selection. Focusing on long-term lunar exploration and the use of lunar resource, CNSA has initiated cooperation in the construction of the International Lunar Research Stations. ILRS will take lunar evolution, lunar-based astronomy, Sun-Earth environment, basic science and resource utilization as its scientific and application objective, and will build a comprehensive basic experimental facility with Lunar South Pole Station as its center, Lunar Orbital Station as its hub, and Earth-Moon round-trip capability as its support, and integrated Earth-Moon system. ILRS is capable of long-term autonomous operation, short-term manned participation, diversified exploration, and full lunar surface accessibility. We welcome all aspect cooperation among countries in joint demonstration, mission level, system level, subsystem level, and equipment level development, implementation, construction, and operation of ground facilities, as well as sharing of scientific samples and data, and training and education of human resources. In addition to lunar exploration, China is carrying out planetary exploration missions such as Tianwen-2, asteroid sampling return, Tianwen-3, Mars sampling return, and Tianwen-4, Jovian system exploration. We are looking forward to the attention and the cooperation of international partners. Chinese President Xi Jinping has stated that Chang'e belongs to not only China, but also to all mankind. We expect our friends around the world to be united in upholding the principle of equality and mutual benefit, peaceful use and win-win cooperation, and with the goal of expanding human knowledge, enhancing human well-being, and serving human civilization. As on the planet, embrace the moon and protect our common home on Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Chinese National Space Administration for these insights in this exciting mission. And I appreciate that you all stay in the room, get seated, as we will proceed very soon now for our next late-breaking news session. And yeah, I see the speakers of these late-breaking news sessions are already in the room, so I think we should not lose time. It is now my great pleasure to announce this second late-breaking news session of this year's IAC, which is titled Unveiling of a New Cosmic Vision from Euclid. This exciting session will focus on the Euclid mission, a groundbreaking endeavor to uncover the mysteries of dark matter and dark energy, which together make up 95% of the universe. Today, we will unveil a completely new view of the universe, captured by Euclid during its first year, offering a preview of the mission's scientific potential. And please, following this late-breaking news, don't leave. There will be a highlight lecture following under the title Euclid Mission Unveiling the Universe, where we will review the mission's milestones and the first scientific results. But now, without further ado, it is my great pleasure to welcome on stage the Director General of the European Space Agency, Josef Aschbacher, for some opening remarks. Josef, please.
So thank you, Christian, and very warm welcome to this late news story which we have together with my Director for Science, Carol Mandel. But she will then really unveil the secrets and reveal the news. But I show a couple of slides beforehand to introduce the topic and lead you towards the tension and make sure that you are staying excited when Carol will show the first images. So what we see, and this is the next slide, is really that Euclid is something that is addressing something very fundamental for humankind. The quest to answer some of the very fundamental questions about our cosmos, and is what makes us all very human. And it drives the progress of science and the development of powerful, far-reaching new technologies. You and me, everything what we can touch and smell, and all the planets, moons and stars are made of what we call normal matter. However, ESA's Planck satellite already showed that normal matter is only a very small fraction of our universe. The remaining 95% of our universe is what we call dark matter and dark energy. This makes galaxies spin faster than we expect, and it makes drive the accelerated expansion of the universe, but they are only invisible to us. In the next slide, we see that ESA's Euclid mission was invented to solve the mystery of the dark universe. It was launched, as you all know, last year in July 2023, and over the next 6 years, we will observe billions of galaxies out of 10 billion light years to create the largest, most accurate 3D map of the universe. This mission has 3 very special capabilities. Euclid can detect very faint light. Euclid can photograph large areas of the sky in one shot. And Euclid has crystal clear vision, and you will see this demonstrated in the slides of Carol. The next slide, to give you an idea of the sensitivity of the telescope back in March this year, a few nanometers of ice, the width of a large molecule, had been accumulating on the mission's optics, causing a drop in the light coming in from the distant galaxies. And this was a major issue for us and for astronomers. The ESA teams across Europe work closely with the Euclid Consortium and industrial partners to come up with a precise decontamination procedure that cleared Euclid's vision, allowing it to clearly see faint light from distant galaxies and start the main science phase of the mission without any trouble. And I really want to say and I say this as Director General of the European Space Agency, that the teams, my own team of ESA, but also industry, have done an incredible job to restore the sharp vision of Euclid. Big thank you from my side to this excellent work. So Euclid is made of a very unique material called silicon carbide, which makes space telescopes robust, but also thermically stable despite the extreme conditions in outer space. And this revolutionary industry is led by the European Space Agency and Europe, and it is part of a remarkable technological advancement that space sciences bring to society. In the next slide, in November 2023, we released the first glimpse of the power of Euclid. And I remember when I was showing the very first image to decision makers, ministers of ESA member states at the Space Council in Sevilla, there was a very quiet period in the room. Everyone was surprised and amazed by the very first image. This incredible snapshot showed 1,000 galaxies belonging to the Perseus cluster and more than 100,000 additional galaxies further away in the background, each containing hundreds of billions of stars. In the next slide, in March 2024, so only this year at the Space Summit in Brussels, we welcomed the mission's early image release and the first 10 science papers in this razor-sharp view of galaxy cluster Abell 2390. We saw detailed structure of giant arcs caused by the bending of light around massive invisible dark matter structures. Although we were stunned by these incredible views, they are but a tiny piece of that Euclid's capability. Today, we release a new milestone, and I invite my Director of Science, Professor Carol Mandel, to tell us much more. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is a huge honor to share with you tonight the next milestone in the Euclid Space Science program. Joseph has given you an incredible view of what we did with less than 1 day of observations during the test campaign when we were commissioning the telescope after launch. I want to give you a sense of the scale because it is almost impossible to convey to you what Euclid will do in the next 6 years. This is a photograph from the Hubble Space Telescope. This was 2 weeks of observations that scientists around the world used to study the early universe. As Joseph said, Euclid has 3 special properties, and the first one is the area across the sky that it can image in one shot. And that wonderful Hubble Space Telescope image now is tiny compared to the size of the full moon. A single field, single shot with Euclid gives us 2.5 times the area of the full moon. And to look at one of those images that Joseph showed at full native resolution, you would need 64 4K by 4K high-resolution TV screens just for one image. Now, please keep that image number in your mind. Tonight, we release a mosaic of 260 observations made over the time of 2 weeks in April. This represents only 1% of the Euclid survey. And in order to fully appreciate the image that we released tonight, you would need 16,640 high-definition TV screens. Now, I asked the organizers if we could have 16,500 TV screens tonight, and unfortunately, they weren't able quite to provide 16,500 TV screens, understandably, but tonight we have this wonderful view. So that single image field that Joseph showed is now here. And I want you to appreciate this image. And remember, this is 1% of the entire survey, which will take place over the next 6 years. The blue wispy light is actually dust and gas in our own Milky Way galaxy. And in this image, you'll remember that Joseph talked about 100,000 galaxies in the image that we released earlier this year. There are now 14 million galaxies in this mosaic image. 100 million sources altogether, 14 million galaxies that our cosmologists can start to use to study dark matter and dark energy. And by the end of this survey, there will be 8 billion galaxies that they will be studying. The scale is utterly incomprehensible. And I now would like to share with you a zoomed movie to take you a journey into the cosmos. Thank you. And I take that applause to our teams in ESA, to the ESA Science Consortium, to our teams in industry, to all of the incredible teams that have worked to make this mission possible, and of course our partners who helped us launch this mission. We have optical detectors, as Joseph mentioned. We have an infrared detector. Not only do we take photographs of the sky, we also measure spectra, which tells us the distance and the motion of these objects. And we will make a 3D map of the universe back to 10 billion years of cosmic history. You saw some incredible things in that very beautiful image, and I didn't want to speak and destroy the magic, because indeed magic coming from science and technology, it feels like. But you saw so much physics in these images, and that's the thing about this kind of mission. It gives you the beauty, but we're testing the fundamental laws of physics at the extreme scales in the cosmos. And these are just a few examples that we've pulled out to illustrate what is in the depths of these images. Galaxies that when they get close to one another, the force of gravity rips stars from them. Galaxies that have supermassive black holes at their heart, that when they collide, they will produce ripples in the fabric of space-time, that we will use our LISA interferometer in the future, that ESA is building at the moment for mankind to study the nature of space-time. And all of that will be a legacy from Euclid once Euclid has delivered its science. And not only today are the cosmologists now ready and able to begin to do their work, but we are also transforming the nature of astrophysics itself. No longer can astrophysicists like myself look at an image and do some science on it. In order to remove the very faint artifacts that come from the odd photon of light bouncing about inside the camera, our scientists use machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithms to remove over 100,000 very faint ghost features in here. We have the crystal clear vision of Euclid to see through the dust filaments in our Milky Way. And of course, our Milky Way galaxy has already been mapped by our ESA Gaia satellite. And we bring all of this together tonight to share with you, to show that the new milestone, to demonstrate that we can now do the cosmology, which is the core purpose of Euclid, as well as so much more. And Euclid is an autonomous survey telescope, so we don't decide each day where it should point. Again, clever algorithms as it starts to survey the sky. We've now completed 12% of the survey. We will do the remaining 36% of the sky in the coming 6 years, and we will have our first year of data release in the spring of 2025. I cannot stress the amount of collaboration and friendship that is required to overcome the challenges to deliver such an iconic space mission. You see some of the numbers on the screen here. Credible value for money to our European taxpayers. 2,500 scientists working together over 15 years to make this a reality. Over 2,000 industrial personnel. And of course, our friends and collaborators at NASA, with whom we've worked closely on this mission as well. Ultimately, 170 petabytes of data will be gathered and analyzed and ultimately shared with the world. And it's now my immense pleasure to hand over to Dr. Valeria Petorino, who is our ESA Euclid project scientist, and she will lead the keynote lecture tonight, along with our scientists who are representing the Euclid Science Consortium. And I thank you for your attention and wish you many hours of browsing these beautiful, iconic images of our cosmos. Thank you.
Wait for all the slides. So, good evening, and welcome to the second part of this highlight lecture dedicated to Euclid. I'm Pierre Cazeneuve. I'm the Euclid French Contribution Project Manager in CNES in Toulouse, and I'm very happy to welcome you tonight. Giving talks on Euclid is always a great pleasure for me. I usually get quite easily the attention of the audience, but today is quite special. It's quite special for us in the project because when we showcase such a tremendous image, it also makes us proud and it gives a sense on what we do on a daily basis, and that's really marvelous. And I also think that I got attention of most of the people to try to understand what's behind Euclid. So let's go behind this marvel, because we don't decide for an M-class mission just to publish nice image and take a deep dive in the universe. 90 years ago, Hubble and Lemaitre discovered that the universe was actually expanding, 90 years ago. 60 years ago, Vera Rubin discovered that we knew nothing of 80% of the matter. And finally, only 25 years ago, we realized that we knew nothing of 95% of the universe, 25 years ago only. Cosmology is one of those scientific domains where many, many unknowns remains, and working on Euclid is all about that. To give you a tour of the universe, let me introduce you to Dr. Valeria Petrolino, sorry for the Italian pronunciation, and to Professor Henk Hoekstra. Valeria is the ESA project scientist for the Euclid mission. She is a physicist, and her research focuses on cosmology, the study of the universe, dark matter, and gravity. She has joined the Euclid consortium since the very beginning and contributed to different teams, either as a researcher or project manager. Over the years, she worked on ESA Planck and ESA Euclid mission in different institutions in Europe and in the US. She is also a member of the Supernova Foundation for Women in Astrophysics. Henk Hoekstra is a professor of observational cosmology at Leiden University in the Netherlands. His research aims to shed light on dark matter and dark energy. To this end, he uses the blending of light rays on the matter, a technique he helped advance for Euclid. He is a member of the Science Coordination Group of the Euclid Consortium. His research has been supported by a number of prestigious grants, and more recently, he received an advanced grant by the European Research Council. Professor Hoekstra also engaged with the general public through lecture and collaboration with artists. And now, it's my great pleasure to leave the floor to Professor Valeria Petrolino to start the journey on Euclid.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here, for your interest in Euclid. Euclid, a mission which is designed, as we have heard, to answer some of the most fundamental questions in the study of the universe. What is the universe made of? Here, what is the universe made of? We know that luminous matter, atoms, things that form stars, and us, only account for at most 5% of the total energy content which is in the universe. The rest is the dark universe. 25% is in the form of dark matter, something which is still matter, but it doesn't emit luminous light. We don't see it directly. It feels gravity, and it's kind of the glue that makes galaxies form and stay together. And then there is 70% of something which is even more mysterious that we generically refer to as dark energy. Dark energy which drives the expansion to accelerate. The expansion of the universe goes faster and faster. However, we don't really know what's the nature of these components. What's dark energy? What's dark matter? It could be a particle, it could be new particles, it could be a new force, something that challenges even the fundamental physics of the universe, something that may change gravity and act differently at very, very large scales, differently from what Einstein had imagined in its general relativity. And the interesting thing is that in order to narrow down all these options, we need to be able to look and detect at very, very tiny effects. Because the nature of dark energy and the nature of dark matter defines how matter distributes in space. And how is that? If we look at the universe at very, very large scales, how does matter distribute in space? Does it fill up in the same way all space? Not really. What happens is that it rather forms a network, what we call a cosmic web. Quite astonishing, really. We see filaments along which clusters and galaxies group and form, and then we also see dark voids, empty spaces in between filaments. And the exact configuration, how many voids, how many clusters, how large are these voids, this depends on the nature of dark energy and of the nature of dark matter. Euclid will manage to measure this, measure the cosmic web, and how this evolves, the distribution of matter in space and in time. What we saw in the image before was just a simulation, the Euclid flagship simulation, realized on purpose for Euclid, something that took 2 trillion dark matter particles and 2 billion of galaxies distributed in the area that will be observed by Euclid. Something really useful to assess how Euclid will perform, but then we also want to obviously look at the data, what data tell us. So we will be able, thanks to Euclid, to reconstruct the cosmic web in space and time across the past 10 billion years. That's one of the main probes of Euclid, galaxy clustering, how galaxies cluster and form. There is a second probe that Euclid will measure, and it's the distortion of light. Why is light distorted? Well, if we look at a galaxy, which is far away, and there is dark matter in between that we cannot see directly, the light that comes from this distant galaxy will not travel to us on a straight line, but it will rather be deflected around dark matter and depending on dark matter. This will deform the images of the galaxies that we see. Dark matter will act as a magnifying glass, as a lens. That's why this phenomenon is called lensing, gravitational lensing. Now, you can have very large deformations, like you see on the left, that really show even in, it's called strong lensing, so you can see even the full ring, or you can have very tiny deformations in the shape of galaxies. And these are usually not studied on a single galaxy, but rather statistically over billions of galaxies. That's why Euclid needs to observe billions of galaxies and reconstruct the shape of these galaxies in order to be able to determine what's the nature of the dark matter which is in between us and the distant sources. So we have seen the 2 primary probes of Euclid, galaxy clustering and lensing, gravitational lensing. This is hard, obviously, and this is also why we need to go to space. If we look at a patch of the sky from ground, this is a real image taken from ground, we're not able to measure the shapes of galaxies with the resolution that we need in order to disentangle these very tiny effects that then determine the nature of dark energy. But if we look from space, from Euclid, at the same patch, what we see is this, something which has at least 4 times the resolution that you would find from ground, and suddenly you see many, many more sources in this image. This requires, of course, to send the telescope to space and the finest optics with the instruments built in order to detect galaxies. There's 2 instruments on board of Euclid. The first is the visible imager, the VIS. It observes images of galaxies in the optical band, visible band. The second one is the NISP, the Near Infrared Spectrophotometer. It observes in the near infrared. It can act as a photometer, so detect images as well, but it's important because it also gets spectra. And spectra are important because from there we can gather distances and know how far distances galaxies are. This is essential if we want to reconstruct the evolution of the universe and therefore how fast it is expanding. And this is clearly, again, connected to the nature of dark energy. In the next slide, you'll see a photo. It's a picture of the visible instrument. This is quite an instrument. A camera of 36 detectors. Each of them 4K times 4K, so 16 megapixel, for a total of 600 megapixel. So you realize that how powerful this is. Consider that the typical phone that you have typically would have 12 megapixel in its camera. 600 megapixel there in space, and yet sending us lots and lots of data. We are currently receiving more than 100 gigabytes per day from Euclid. That's a huge amount of data. Consider that in 6 years, Euclid is meant to gather tens of petabytes of data. So this by itself is a challenge to store these data, to visualize them, to share these data, and also, of course, to process them and then allow scientists that work on this data to extract scientific information to share with the public.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition, liftoff. Spacewalk propulsion is nominal. Vehicle is pitching downrange.
And yet, this is happening. This was the launch of Euclid, 1st of July 2023. Quite a moment, quite an event for all of us and all of the thousands of people who are working on this mission. I have myself joined 16 years before that event. So consider how important it is, how special it is this moment where we are finally working with real data rather than with simulations as we have done for many, many years. Finally, we are closer to really see what dark energy and dark matter are. It took about 4 weeks for Euclid, after launch, to reach its orbit around a very special point, the second Lagrangian point, in a stable system, Sun-Earth. This is 1.5 million kilometers from Earth and rotating with Earth around the Sun. There is also a sun shield that protects the satellite from the Sun and allows it to look at the deep universe and observe galaxies. Also because this has to happen now in thermal stability. All both instruments have to be cooled down. The VIS instrument at minus 120 degrees Celsius, and the NISP instrument even colder at minus 180 degrees Celsius. All to allow that resolution, that precision that we need in order to disentangle very, very tiny effects on billions of galaxies. After a few months of testing, finally, on the 14th of February 2024, this year, the nominal survey from Euclid started. And it started to map the sky, map the universe, starting its, what we call its wide survey. It goes quite fast. It's meant to gather at least 14,000 square degrees over a period of 6 years. And up to today, we have already observed 1,500 square degrees, about 12% of the total survey. The white survey corresponds to the lighter part that you see on top, on the bottom, and in that small island in the bottom left. In practice, this is 1/3 of the sky, but it is also all the sky that we can see beyond our galactic plane. The part in the middle is too bright, and therefore the white survey rather covers all the rest, what's beyond our galactic plane, and also the dust in our solar system. 10% of the survey is also dedicated to what's called Euclid deep fields, the 3 orange spots that you see, one in the north, 2 in the south, which were designed in order to also be very useful for astronomy. And these are patches that sum up to about 53 square degrees in the sky, in which Euclid will pass and observe several times. So while for the white survey, Euclid will see a patch and then move to the next with minimum overlap, in the Euclid deep fields, it will manage to go through that same patch several times and reach an even deeper resolution that will allow to see even fainter objects. we've seen some of the first images that have been released by Euclid to the public in the last year. These were part of a program that has been recalled before, that was the Euclid Early Release Observations. Just 24 hours of observations before the start of the nominal survey to test that really proves that Euclid was really up to the task. And that was the case. Already scientific results were published based on these first 10 images. This is one of them from Messier 78. You can see not only how beautiful it is, but imagine that in this image there is already 300,000 sources and stars which are forming. And if you look at all the 10 images that we had released for this program, I think the most stunning thing is how diverse they look. You can see already in just 10 images, you see galaxies of different shapes, clusters, images of deep space, stars which are forming. You arrive to see, if you zoom in, even planets of the size of a few times the mass of Jupiter. So the universe is very dynamic. There's nothing static about it. There's stars are forming, galaxies are interacting, everything is moving. And you can also dive into these images by going to ESA Sky. It's a software that includes all the 10 images that had been released in the ERO program, and you can really zoom in and still see all the tiny details and sources which are included in these beautiful images. And then you are the first to see also 2 weeks of survey of data from the nominal survey. This is a sort of teaser for what will come next year in March, and then again with another data release in 2026. Just, look at this. We've seen already the fantastic video, but I still find it stunning to actually see on a big screen. This could not be possible just with a few people, right? This is a huge collaboration led by ESA, which involves people with many different expertise, different countries, companies, industry contracts, and more than 3,500 people who have worked on this project with different expertise. At this point, 2,000 of these are from the Euclid Consortium scientists, which are part of university, a network of universities and labs that would be represented here by Enke Extra. And I hand it over to him to describe the processing and more details on how the consortium works. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks, Valeria. So let's look at these people. So folks from numbers to actually faces. And here you see sort of the group picture of a whole range of meetings. So we've been coming together for quite some years, as you can see. Really, 2011 was an important year when Euclid was selected. And we last met in Rome earlier this year. And you can see this is a large group. It's not the full consortium. So it really involves many, many people. And I like to say it takes more than a village to study dark energy. And you may wonder why. So why is this so complicated? Why do we need so many people? And that's because even though dark matter and dark energy make up 95% of the universe, the effects they impart on what we observe, right, the photons we collect with our telescopes, it's very subtle. So dark matter is invisible. There's dark matter in this room, but we don't see it. People have tried to detect it in detectors on Earth and have yet to detect it in their detectors. So it's very elusive. Dark energy is even more mysterious. And so we have this model of the universe, and as Valeria already showed, we can put the laws of physics in the computer and simulate it and create this web-like structure of dark matter. But the question is, if we launch a universe in space and it, like Euclid, it observes things, how well do we need to do? And this is, I think, very important to stress, that Euclid is in many respects also a software telescope. Right? So Valerio already explained that we want to measure the shapes of galaxies to see how space-time is distorted by the invisible dark matter. Well, to measure that directly, we would need a telescope that is very big. Because then the bigger the mirror, the sharper the image, and actually the Euclid images are not sharp enough to, out of the box, measure the shapes. So instead, we made sure we built a very stable telescope. So that adds, of course, to the cost. But in the end, we have a smaller telescope that is cheaper, but by making sure it's stable and we calibrate this very well, so for instance, how light is smeared, we can model the effects of the telescope and still get back to the resolution after the software processing that we need to measure these very, very small distortions. And so then, of course, the question is, does this line up? Right? So we see that there's a very indirect link from what we get from the telescope to what we need to measure to do dark energy. So this is why it takes so many people. It requires people doing the data processing, doing the statistics, developing the models for the new physics. So it's all very complex. And so the key bit is to make sure we get the best possible data that a telescope can deliver, and we take these pictures, we want to measure shapes, and as you know, you better not shake your camera when you're taking a picture. Right? So we want, as we scan the sky, we take a picture. Each picture is about 565 seconds, and in that period, that telescope better not move. Now, of course, everything always moves a little bit, so we have a fine guidance sensor, which does a phenomenal job now that we're in operations. But as you can see, early on, it would fail occasionally and produce these beautiful patterns of the sky, because what you see here are the tracks of bright stars as the telescope is moving around. So that clearly wasn't what we wanted, but industry very quickly figured out what the problem was and updated the software and fixed the problem. So that is allowed us to create these very beautiful images that we've seen. And there were a few more surprises as we started the mission, because Euclid was designed to really have a very, very low background of light. So that allows us to, in addition to having very sharp images, also having very deep images. And it was a bit of a shock when the early images looked like the images on the left. And basically what we figured out is that some sunlight reflected off one of the protruding thrusters that does this fine guidance sensors motion. And it was probably reflecting back from the solar panel somehow into the instrument cavity. So clearly that wasn't the plan. So somewhere a hole must have arisen for some reason. But very quickly we realized by turning the telescope a little bit so that the thruster ended up in the shadow of the sun shield, this problem went away and you get the pictures on the right. So that has some implication, because Carol Mundell already said, right, the survey is carefully planned using quite advanced algorithms, taking into account all the calibrations that we need to do, keeping the orientation of the spacecraft almost within a very limited range with respect to the sun, so that thermal variations are minimal, so that everything is as stable as is humanly possible. This is the most stable telescope operational in space. But this had some ramifications, because some of the freedom we used to have to carry out the survey was no longer available. But the survey has been completely replanned and we're back in operations. And that allows us to have great sensitivity to very, very faint structures. So here on the left we see a single exposure, some cosmic rays, but once we do a lot of the processing that I mentioned, we can combine these data in an image that really shows that galaxies are Milky Way-like. Right? You can see the milky structure of stars in the image there. And that's really something that is quite unique to Euclid, because in other data this tends to be buried in the noise, but because Euclid has such a nearly perfect optics and very low background, we can reveal this structure. This is something Euclid is incredibly good at. It's also important to stress that in the infrared, we take infrared data partly to get distance information, but that infrared survey is revolutionary, because this is 0.5% of a single image that we take. And you see all the detail, and that's of course been emphasized also by the image that was released. We get all the detail while looking at a large part of the sky. But in the infrared, Euclid is even more revolutionary because from the ground, infrared surveys are very hard to do because the sky is very bright. To do the survey that Euclid does in 6 years, if you were to do that with the best telescopes on the ground, it would take 600 years. Right? So we're clearly completely transforming this field. And it's super exciting because we know there are very red objects out there in the universe, distant black holes, very low mass stars. They are very rare. Right? If you were to look now without Euclid, you would look for a needle in a haystack. But Euclid is a machine that finds all the needles that there are to find in the haystack that we call our universe. So it's really transforming that area of research. And maybe something to emphasize, right? You can see also this star, and actually something to note, because we know when we walked around today, we saw several stands showing Euclid images. So if you want to know if a nice astronomical image is a Euclid image, look for the 5 or the 6-pointed star. Actually, over here, you see it even better, right? So if you see a star, it has 6, and that has to do with the way the telescope is made. If you see that, it's a Euclid image. So we can almost do a treasure hunt for that, because there's plenty of images at this meeting that show Euclid. And so this telescope is built really well. So this point, how this light, how the stars look, is nearly perfect, right? So there's always some light smearing due to the optics, but the way, if we do the measurements around bright stars, it's essentially as good as you can theoretically do. So basically, it's limited by physics. Now, as Valerio already mentioned, we don't only make pictures, because so far I've only shown pictures. We also take what we call spectra. We spread the light out like a rainbow into spectra, and we do this, what we call slitless spectroscopy. So the good feature is that we get spectra for everything. The bad news is we get spectra for everything, because these spectra overlap. And so this is why we take 4 sets of exposures at slightly different angles, and again, with data processing, allows us to extract these spectra, and in the process, map out this cosmic web that Valeria showed earlier on, but now traced by galaxies that emit hydrogen gas. And so, apart from the imaging thing, Euclid is also performing one of the largest spectroscopic redshift surveys ever in a redshift range that really complements from what can be done from the ground. So the more distant universe, the period where dark energy started to dominate the expansion of the universe. But also for the area I focus on, this weak gravitational lensing, we want to measure the shapes of galaxies, but we want to do more, because otherwise we just don't know where the dark matter is. So we would like to know, to make really this 3-dimensional structure. How does structure grow in the universe under the influence of dark matter, which tries to pull things together, and dark energy that tries to blow things apart? And for that, we need to get distances to these 1.5 billion galaxies that we're observing. That's just too expensive to do with spectroscopy, and so therefore we use images in multiple bands. But Euclid only has 4 bands. We need about 9. So we have complemented Euclid data with a very vast collection of some of the best ground-based data that can cover such large areas of sky. Right? So essentially what we do from space is what needs to be done from space, and for cost reasons in particular, or the survey would take 30 years, we actually get lower resolution images to basically get this extra redshift information that we need. And this is a vast amount of data. This is, by themselves, some of the largest imaging of the whole sky at very high quality. So this is really it's not only that we want a lot of data, but we want to also ensure the quality of the data is unprecedented. And we take a lot of supporting data to calibrate things. So this is, in addition to the space data, a vast amount of data that needs to be processed. And that is done by the science ground segment. All this data has to be put together, processed, but not only processed, we have to make sure this is incredibly uniformly processed, because we're looking for very small signatures that reveal the nature of dark energy. The effects are very subtle, and we don't want to confuse new physics for a calibration error. So this is a vast amount of work. The total data set that has to be processed is of order 20 terabytes. The code itself is about, when you add it all up, about 1.5 million lines of code. Requires incredible computing, and that is done distributed over 9 so-called data centers, 8 of them in Europe, 1 in the US. And this is, right, we try to estimate, this has cost at least 200 million euros. Right, this is what I said earlier. Euclid is in very regards a software telescope. The software of the telescope to actually extract those subtle signals out of the data are the price of a significant space instrument. Right? So this is really important. This allows us to get the data out of it. But that's all the organization and the instrument. Of course, that's maybe what you're interested in, but I think it's still good to emphasize the amazing science we can do with Euclid. And I want to highlight a few. So this is one of these early release observation fields, a cluster of galaxies. And from this single observation, already 3 important papers have been written. One focusing on how galaxies form as time goes on. They bang into each other, stars fly out into space, and galaxies grow, galaxies eat other galaxies. So on the left, you see a galaxy almost 100 times brighter than the Milky Way that has eaten up so many galaxies, and you see this milky glow over the image. That is all kinds of stars that have been flying out in that process. But Euclid can also see the faintest galaxies in this cluster of galaxies, and those are 4,000 times fainter than our Milky Way. So we have this incredible dynamic range, but also incredible resolution to do that. And on top of that, because of this very low background, we can actually also discover a class of galaxies that are very diffuse. You see them on the right. These are very Milky-like galaxies. We think they are really the remnants of this process of galaxy formation. They've been sort of recently discovered again, and they really can tell us if we can study in more detail about nature of dark matter. But Euclid can do so much more. The same image, we can look at the distribution of the stars in this cluster, so really you see how they've been blown out as the cluster formed. But galaxies also have what we call globular clusters. These globular clusters are also remnants of the formation of galaxies, and we see them in our Milky Way, but they're very small, they're very compact. So around other galaxies, they look like stars, like any other star in the Milky Way. But with Euclid, we can still resolve them at the distance of this cluster, and we can do something unique. We can look where these globular clusters are, and Euclid will detect about 1 million globular clusters in the nearby universe, and compare them to this starlight. And again, this allows us to reconstruct how such a large structure in the universe grew over time. And another amazing thing that Euclid can do is look in the inner regions of galaxies. And as we already heard, right, if there's a lot of mass, light gets deflected, and sometimes you can form what we call an Einstein ring. And in one of the very first images people looked at in a nearby galaxy, when they looked a bit closer, they found this amazing ring that is a unique way of measuring how much mass is there in that inner region of the galaxy. And so this is what we call strong gravitational lensing, and this allows us a unique view of the nature of dark matter on small scales, and Euclid will discover about 100,000 of those. Right now we have of order 100. And so you can imagine that is changing that field as well. So every field in extragalactic astronomy is being changed by the vast amount of data from Euclid. And just to end here, this is just the beginning, right? We've just started. You've seen a sneak preview of when we do 1%, and this is what we get from looking at a couple of images, right? It's such a rich data set, and I think the next 6 years are going to be incredibly exciting. And with that, I'll turn over back to Valeria.
Thank you, Hank. Stay with me also because you are also part of this. Next step is next year, March 2025, there will be the Q1 data release. Q stands for quick. There's nothing quick about that, to be honest, but that's how it's called, the quick data release that will happen in March 2025. We will have a huge meeting in the Netherlands. It's called the SLab Symposium that will be dedicated in particular to Euclid and to the science results that will come up of this data release. This will show the first 53 square degrees of the survey and in particular in the areas where there are the Euclid deep fields. Finally, how to engage with ESA Euclid. Here there's a few links that you may want to check out. In the top, Cosmos, ESA, Euclid, this is where you will find, for example, the data and also the scientific results, the papers which are related to the early release observations. So you can have access to those data and really also see by yourself how they look like. The website of the Euclid Consortium with all the information of how this is structured across many different universities and 17 countries. And of course, ESA Sky, where you can really dive into the images that we've seen before. Thank you very much. Also follow us on social media, on X, on ESA Euclid, and thank you very much for being here and for staying with us and listening to Euclid.
And to close now, Aida has two gifts for the two speakers that will be given right now.
Wow, thank you. That is unexpected. Thank you. From Napoli, from my hometown. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Wow.
Well.
Great.
Yeah. I think still a pretty good crowd for 6:15. And we were nice and quick.
How?
Mine is off. Thanks. See you again. No, Q1. No, we had to. Careful to talk. Seems the audio is sometimes